Green light. It should say excellent. Excellent. There it is. Okay, cool. Cool. Most excellent. We are in the middle of a YouTube ad, or sorry, a Twitch ad. We got about a minute left until all of the viewers are back. I hate drawing a schism in my viewers, and I hate Amazon with their little psychological push. So here's the order. We've ordered the PCBs, and they say thank you. So I'm going to close this window. I checked very carefully, and there's no identifying information on this this specific page, except for maybe the URL stuff. So I'm going to close that now. Hopefully that page is expired. We can close the rest of this stuff out. We don't need the Thonky Cons anymore. The circuit, I would leave this page open until parts come in, but I can find this information again pretty quickly. I just have to search powered mult, and we'll get reference to this article, or I can go through my history. This article doesn't give us the specific values. It's actually the thingy-wingy. Did we download the main board? Because I kind of want to look at the schematic for the open mower. This is the circuit that I want to try to get built today. We need to build a Vactrol. I didn't make that the subject of the whole stream. I made putzing around with circuit boards the subject of the whole stream because who knows how quickly we will actually finish this. What else do we have here? What is all this? What are this? Oh, I don't need that right now. That's for the module tester. The air raid siren is something we got to come back to. I got the motor controllers for that, so I'm pretty ready to go on that. Okay, so yeah, we're pretty much just here today, or at least for now, on this PDF. Ooh, I'm already starting to sweat. Why am I already starting to sweat? It feels like hot and cold at the same time. I had this prosciutto sandwich from an Italian market with some really nice balsamic vinaigrette and a little bit of olive oil. But it wasn't very special olive oil. It was like normal olive oil. But it was absolutely delicious. And hopefully I did not eat too much. And hopefully I don't get burpy today. We'll see. We'll see what happens, you know? I'm in the middle of like pontificating about something electronic, and all of a sudden my stomach's like, hey man, guess what? Have some acid. And it's like, oh, and so I end up like having to pause what I'm saying and going until everything's fine. It's so annoying. And that's down to my eating habits. Too much fatty stuff before stream. Oh, and the other thing is, am I going to run out of insulin in the middle of the stream and have to take my shirt off while the cameras are running? I think that is an affirmative. I think I will have to do that. Bolus reported an error. Okay. I got 4 units left in the tank, yeah. How much? Oh, it wants to give me 10 units? Holy shit. We're going to manually give 10 units. You guys get to watch needles. I'm going to say I've manually injected 10 units. And let me go get a pump and everything so that I can do the swap. Off camera, of course, you guys don't get the full shirtless bother. And it's actually only the outer shirt that I need to take off if I put it on my arm. Let us get another pod, another insuline pod. And an insulin bottle. Oh, and a syringe. A syringe. Another syringe. I'm gonna take all the drugs today. It's Friday, it's Ozempic Day. Welcome to my stream where I stab myself over and over with needles. Check this out. My glucose control after this stuff is amazing. I'm not losing weight. I think there's a pretty strong, just hormonal and sort of general body thing going on here that's keeping me from rapidly losing weight. And I'm eating less, but I think less is maintaining. You're not supposed to recap. When you recap a syringe, there's a chance that it catches the edge and sends the syringe into your finger. I've done it before. La-di-da. Just all the syringes today. Chat, I have a disability. That disability is type 1 diabetes. They can't discriminate against me for doing this. I guess. Oh, we don't have YouTube chat up. Hold on. I'm going to do that just a sec. I'm leaving this on so I don't leak out any of this precious, expensive fluid. Okay. And then now we start YouTube chat up and see if they've been saying anything. They have not. Good. Okay, I got ahead of the YouTubers this time. Doody-doody-doo. Okay, so this is going to need replacing soon once that last 4 units in the other pod is used up. So I'm going to prep this. Look at all this garbage that I generate. Did you know that when this thing is sent to my house, not on my dollar, it's sent to my house in a giant styrofoam box that is this by this for this. And it's full of gel packs that are, why would I keep the gel packs? I have to throw them out. And it's styrofoam, so it's never going away. I hate it. I really wish they would send it in a smaller freeze pack. I guess the contingency is that it gets hot in some postal carrier areas, and they don't want that heat to get into the pen, into the liquid in the pen, which is special stuff, and can probably be easily damaged by heat. It's the same thing with insulin itself. When I went to Burning Man, I bought one of those little Peltier cooling coffins. It was like this big, and I made sure to keep it powered the whole time using a solar panel and various other rechargeable batteries. And that failed, so I instead kept it in the cooler where everybody keeps all the drinks and all the ice, because they had a daily ice run. You have to get ice from the center tent, and there's like a huge line. So you go early in the morning to get your ice, and then you have ice for the day for all your drinks. And so my insulin was just sort of a buoy inside of that cooler. All right, so that's ready to go. I don't want to put insulin in this yet, because when you put insulin in this, it activates and it starts using the battery. And if you don't pair this with something within a time frame, and I think it's a small time frame, I think it's like 15 minutes or 5 minutes, 2 minutes, I don't know. It's like minutes. You really want to activate this immediately as you're trying to communicate with it. So I will wait until the other one runs out of insulin. And it's going to take a little bit because it's going to divvy out those 4 units that it's got left in it over time. And then I think there's like wiggle room in the reservoir. Okay, so I'm all juiced up now. I'm all juiced up. I got 10 units of insulin in the tank. I've got a bunch of Ozempic sitting between my stomach muscles. I'm ready to go. Oh, I need to move the fan. That's right. I was almost sweating. Oh no, I moved the fan. That's not boding well. I think my body is sweating quite a bit, and that's cooling me off. That's why I feel like hot and cold at the same time. How's everybody doing? How's everybody's Thursday night? Sure, not a lot happened. Not a lot happened here. We dropped off Willow at the groomers today to get her hair did, which is making it incredibly quiet around here. Hey, what's up? Matt Z Official Epic Man Cave. Yeah, it's like literally everything I own. It's literally everything I own in life. And it's been a very, very slow upgrade process to get to where I am. I've got an entire ass car seat sitting here with an entire ass car steering wheel that I'm going to hook up to an entire ass 3-phase motor that we've already gotten working before. I've got a bunch of music stuff, including a 505 that I still need to learn, and a bunch of modular synthesizer thingy-wingies sitting over there, most of them untuned. I have a milling machine. I have a board on the wall that technically will be able to burn the name of subscribers onto itself using a 4-watt blue laser. That's a cool thing that used to work around here circa 2016, 2019, I think was the last board goes down, and I went and bought this expensive board and put it up, thinking that we would just quickly refurbish the machine a little bit and then throw it back up. But it turns out there's so much stuff that's wrong with Burn the Subs that I had to go into basically every single system and redo it. I also want to redo the X-axis so that these drag chains are on top. I could talk about that for years. Anyway, milling machine, all of my streaming equipment. This again is something that I need to address. That's an elephant in the room. Mixer, bunch of stuff, power supplies, hot air solder, really nice soldering iron, solder, oscilloscope, streaming stuff, my phone. It's literally everything I own in this shop right now. But my big thing on this channel, I'm not familiar with your vibe, Matt Z. I think I've heard the name before. I can't put my finger on it. But we do like noodling around with electronics here, and it's very sort of an organic subject matter every time. I've got 10,000 projects that need my attention. The whole ass car seat is like a whole thing that we need to get back to, because I'm going to give chat control of the seat settings, which is an incredibly toxic thing to do. But I plan on doing that and, getting back to some game streams and stuff. But yeah, that's the vibe around here. Is we're just kind of noodling around with electronics and doing various random projects, punctuated by the big project, which is the board. And so I have said time and time again, we're getting back to the board. We're getting back to the board. And I haven't really gotten back to the board. It's sort of a semi-broken promise, to be honest. But we will get back to it. If anything, I have an incredible capacity for keeping the project archives going and not forgetting about old stuff. I was digging through some of the old projects, and I think the 3D scanner that we bought is going to be really useful for some of them. I'm looking for a blank bin where I can put these headers so they're out of the way. I could put them with the derelict 505 parts. Maybe I'll just do that. So yeah, that's sort of the gist around here. We're not necessarily a successful channel, but for the type of content that I do, it is pretty rare that we've been able to earn partner, and that was mostly pandemic numbers. We've calmed down a little bit since then. I've tried to break into, the higher number streamers, and we've gotten a little bit of fanfare from them, but my production quality, I try to keep much higher than the quality of the show. So, but we do a little bit more like engineering here. We get kind of into the weeds that way. This is organized chaos at its finest. The problem with that is that it's also chaos. It's also chaos. This is chaos. I need to clean up. I need to spend a little time cleaning up, because when you don't clean stuff up and it's all chaotic, you end up with your precious modular synthesizer tester teetering on the edge of the table and threatening to fall on all of your simulator parts, which include an actual VW Mark IV key lock, so that I could use my old flip out key on the simulator. We'll have to reverse engineer the key lock protocol and try to make it so I can hit the thing and it goes whoop whoop. But anyway, yeah, this is like a finely tuned instrument, and I've perched it on the edge of the table. I'm gonna need this today. So, like, why are there screws there? That's my vise. What is that? Why is this teetering? That's my bandsaw. By the way, they have battery-operated versions of this bandsaw. I wish I had gotten a battery-operated version. Mine has got a cable, so I can't really go around and cut down flock cameras like I want to. I would need the $300 version of this that has a 20-volt battery connected to it. Then I could go cut down flock cameras, as one should do. Yeah, the music stuff, I need to learn the 505 a little better. We just had Momo, the robot vacuum cleaner, in here, and Momo, Momo is a lawnmower. I keep mispurposing Momo. I don't know why. My brain just says Momo vacuum cleaner. When I say robot, I think I just default to vacuum cleaner, and I need to, get that into my skull. Momo is a robot lawnmower with a centimeter sensitive GPS, a very expensive GPS. And we did a big repair on Momo, and my friend paid me a big chunk of money to do it, but Momo still doesn't work. And it might be the old TX and RX thing where they're always flipped, which is just a simple bend the pin, pull it out, put it in the other side, right? Just flip TX and RX. But I don't know if that's what's going on. My friend didn't describe it completely. It could also be a protocol mismatch between what the ESC wants to hear and what Momo's saying to it. But I don't think that's the case because these were flashed with software that the other motor controllers used. So I'm thinking it's probably a TX and RX flip. I'm thinking that's probably what it is. Some engineers go, I'm gonna make this so much easier. Oh yeah, that's the raid light. If we get a raid, and I think it's more than 2 people in the raid, then this activates for 30 seconds. Woo, wee, wee. I'm gonna wire up the other one to do the same thing and put them up on the walls at some point. And then we are working on, because I just got the motor controllers for this, we are working on an air raid siren. So this is a bit that I may or may not have stole from Sark. We're allowed to just steal stuff now, right? Because like I asked ChatGPT and ChatGPT stole from Sark. We're allowed to just steal stuff now, right? I can just do things other streamers do, like the zoom in bit that Sark does. No, this wasn't just Sark. Other people do this, right? I don't have the 3rd level of zoom. I only have the 1. But also, and I also did the thing where chat gets larger too, so it looks like you're actually diegetically zooming in on me. Anyway, the air raid siren hopefully is not too loud, but unfortunately that is exactly what Sark has digitally on his stream. I don't mean to copy him, but it is an air raid siren is a very funny piece of equipment because essentially what it is a bench grinder, but they took the 2 ends off of the bench grinder and attached the shafts to these little air pumps. And the air pumps with slats make vibrations and the vibrations go, so yeah. Yeah, as stream starting soon just means I'm not working on the specific subject that I have in the title. I don't know why that's not abundantly clear to Twitch, but I guess all these streamers do their shows differently, right? I sit here and wait for people to gather so that when I do talk about the actual stream, I get more ears on that, and so I don't get constantly asked what we're doing in chat. That semi works, it semi doesn't, but it's still just a nice thing to do to kind of gather your friends up and then you embark on the journey of the stream. That's how I do stuff. I don't do a splash screen with a timer. I know what TechSmith, I'm naming all TechSmith 3 and 4. These are the streamers that I watch in like the morning. TechSmith puts up a splash screen, but only after running a rerun. It runs a rerun with a timer on it, then a splash screen with a smaller timer, and then he's on camera. And what is TechSmith doing in the meantime? Well, the rerun is long enough that I'm pretty sure that Tech is like setting things up or, you know, talking to people or having a real life, you know, one of those things that people are wont to do. And then during the shorter timer, all I see in my head is Tech sitting there, just sitting at his computer with absolutely nothing going on. His chat is actually active before he goes on. Mine isn't. So it would just be me sitting here just like, well, like with the timer going on. I don't like that. So what I do is I just go on and I put stream starting soon there because I'll just sit here and talk with you guys. I talk with you guys about whatever. You guys are allowed to ask questions. Today's special feature was me injecting myself with about 5 different needles. I'm a type 1 diabetic, if anybody doesn't know that, which means I am not squeamish around needles. I don't care. These are a fact of life. These are the thing that keep me alive. They get the drugs into my body, you know? And so I take insulin and I use it in pods. And the pods speak to the X-Strip software, which logs all of my blood glucose levels in a cloud and allows us to access this website. Oh, Jesus Christ, that sandwich. It's starting to trend downward though. Yeah, so these are every 5 minutes with a 5-minute delay. My glucose levels going into what's called Night Scout, which is hooked up to Heroku app. So CGM Databot as one word .herokuapp.com will pull this up. I should have named it Bother. I should have named it more specifically like Jesse CGM Data App or something, but I called it CGM Data App. And so now this is my website, apparently. It really confuses the doctors when they try to pull up all of my logs. But this has extensive like health logs on it. You can even see if you really, I got a butt cam. This is the burn the subs cam. This is supposed to be trained on the board on the wall, but I use it as a butt cam because it's a funny, that was a big hiccup. It's a funny angle, right? It's good for a joke. But yeah, glucose levels on the minute. And what's happening is something called the Android Auto Pancreas system is giving me tiny little boluses of insulin to simulate the pancreas actually delivering and excreting, you know, from a gland. And so that apparently gives you better glucose control. The number line moves more easily. So really good technique. I suppose it's important. Yeah, it's good we have all this stuff. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? I've pretty much cyborged myself with, I mean, they are disposable pumps, but still, it is my external pancreas and it's online. It's internet-enabled external pancreas. We're waiting for my pump to run out of insulin. I can start stream at any point if we have something particularly juicy to talk about, or you know, people come in with weird questions at the beginning of stream and stuff like that. But right now I'm just pontificating about diabetes until we actually start. But yeah, the pre-stream today was me just injecting myself with drugs. Drugs after drugs after drugs. That was 3 stages of an Italian market sandwich with lots of good stuff on it. So I could put this away. I kind of like having it on camera, but let's move it away. And then we're just waiting on this. How are we doing with, does this give, I really need like a plug-in for the pods. The way the pods work is that you inject them with insulin and they know they have somewhere around 200 units. So it could be more, it could be less. As it's injecting, it looks for basically a jumper to complete. So as it's injecting insulin, like the plunger moves in and it'll eventually, what is it? It's the post for the plunger or something, shorts out 2 little tabs, and then the pump knows I've only got 50 units left plus a little extra just in case. And so it'll only tell you when it has 50 units left. It'll say how many it injected, but it'll tell you when it has 50 left. And that's not like most pumps. Other pumps will have sort of a hard cutoff of how much you inject into the pump reservoir, and it'll say, okay, I've got 300 units and we're counting down from that number. And so this thing assumes that system. So it assumes a countdown from a certain number of units. Whereas on the pods, it says, I have question mark units. I'll let you know when I get to 50. And actually, to be honest, well, no, okay, so the system of the pump doesn't allow you to re-inject units. But if you were able to release the grip on the plunger and push more units into it before you hit 50, you could extend the life of your pods. I'm kind of angry that the pods work in the way they do, to be honest, because if you could re-implement that somehow, then you would have, like, you could extend the pod life significantly. I'm using fewer and fewer units. The pods are starting to last a little longer, and my control over the insulin, or control over the glucose level, is requiring less insulin. So I'm getting to a point where I'm not mad at Omnipod for only having 200 units. I guess they must have determined statistically that 200 was the number so that you'd be churning through hardware in a couple days. But they say 3 days, mine sometimes barely lasts 2 and wake me up in the middle of the night. Wake me up inside. I hate that the blood glucose show only works in one scene. I've got to extend that to the other scenes, or move the framed blood glucose scene into its own little scene inside of a scene. And then I can activate that scene. Hint of raspberry chemicals, which I think are derived from some animal's glands. Platypus anal glands? I don't know which one it is. Delicious. I said derived. They're not exactly expressing the anal gland into a vat of seltzer water, okay? It's derived. All right, I might force the issue. Cause like, oops, no, come back. Yeah, the battery percent doesn't, it doesn't, this pod I have is 50% battery left, but I'm going to be ripping it off in about 2 minutes. What is the other one? 44% of that? These are not useful numbers. The numbers that I need are how much time is left for the glucose sensor, maybe even when the glucose sensor is going to expire, and how many units have been injected from the pod. Because then I can know if I'm at like 248 units, then it's time to like tell my friends I can't meet them at the restaurant yet, because I'll either kill the remaining 50 or, you know, do something or wait until it expires. It's very embarrassing to have to change pumps out in public, because when the pump expires, it'll let out a constant tone. It just goes, ee. Hey, you want to hear the most annoying noise in the world? That's basically what it does. Okay, it says 0 units. I'm disabling the pod. So this is my interface on Android, and it says I have until October to change pumps. 10/1/26 to, sorry, until October to reissue this software. I have to go into the platform IO, and I have to update the whole project so that I'm no longer on the beta branch, and so I have, you know, the right stuff. Wait a minute, what the fuck? Why did the... What am I blood glucose? Wait a minute. 286, 1248, 286, 1247. Oh, okay, it's the same number. It just looks way more dramatic on, why does it look so what? Man, graph scales are a thing, huh? Look at that. And yet, you spread it out just a little bit, and it seems totally normal. It doesn't seem like a meteoric rise into glucose hell. The sensation of being 286 mmol, no, it's not mmol, milligrams per deciliter of sugar in your blood is that I will have circles under my eyes, I will be infinitely thirsty, and I will be crotchety and irritable. I'm like a little bit okay with 286. That's not really going to cause me to get that crazy. But if we were above that, I would be jockeying to take a nap, because I don't want to experience those feelings. So yeah, anyway, I have to, before October, I have to reissue this software. But for now, we're okay. So 0 units left in the pod. We've got 0.15 units left out of the 50. You guys can't see that, but it's in red. And it's delivered 201 units, almost 202. Patch pump, 2 days, 5 hours. That's a pretty good time for one. The sensor I've had for 7 days and 15 hours. The sensor lasts 10 days. So we got 3 days before the sensor, which puts us into Sunday. So pod management. Deactivate pod. And then my arm is going to beep. Beep, beep. Okay, cool. Pod deactivated. Now I can remove my shirt. All right, I'm going to move the mic. Hold on. Okay, you guys are on my shirt. Just haphazardly plugged in. So no matter what, I cannot show the face cam, or else you guys are going to see me without a shirt. Oh no! Oh, Jesus! Oh, I'm so sorry you guys saw that. Oh, man. Wait, what's up, Madam? I'm changing out pods. Oh, I gotta reach over here. Ah! Okay, so old pod is dead. This is now garbage. I hate that. I hate the fact that this thing has 3 button cell batteries in it. What is it? A memory wire pump motor, a little piston service, and a big spring to sort of inject a plastic tube under the arm. But this is all thrown out. And it's got a pretty nice microcontroller on it too. There's a little RF microcontroller and then a custom Freescale semiconductor micro. Pretty crazy. But it's all garbage. Disposable life. Okay, so plug this in, fill it with insulin. There's a little rubber bauble that's hidden under the little arrow port. So I line it up, press it in, and we inject this thing with insulin. And what that'll do is it'll advance a plunger, much like in a regular syringe, and the plunger's hooked up to this threaded barrel. The threaded barrel gets captured by a spring and then rotated. They basically rotate the spring that captures that barrel, which is why you can't reset this in any way. You would have to have several mechanisms to do that. It'd be nice if they could do it, but so this thing beeped twice. So now I'm going to activate pod. It says to fill the pod. Yeah, I already did that, dummy. Click next, and then we wait for this to start making clicking noises. If there's anything wrong with this, it'll, you know, speak now, and I'll have to call up Omnipod and have them issue me another and potentially send this one back to them. This is clicking just fine, so that's good. Suspender game legit. Listen, I'm losing weight. I'm starting to get a little weirdly flabby, so I need to keep my pants up. So I've done the hidden suspenders. I think they're visible in thermal imagery. It's like the Predator will be like, that guy's wearing suspenders. And I'm like, come on, Predator. What are you doing? Why are you outing me as a suspender wearer? I guess I could have put the mic on the suspenders, huh? All right, so making sure not to fold the label down in any weird way, because that happens to me a lot, where like that corner of the label will fold down. But now I am ready for the big spring mechanism to go off on this thing. So if this keeps rotating the barrel, that'll automatically activate. But right now it holds off, and it says we've initialized the pod and we're all good. I hit next, prepare the infusion site. We just did that. Click next. And now we have one of the most unique caution messages in all of computing. In all of computing and computers and all the messages that we get from day to day, this one is verifying that it is about to harm you. That's extremely rare in programming. This is the, I am about to hit you with the needle. Are you sure? So now this thing will click. And about now, right now, you didn't see it? I kind of saw it. All of a sudden, there's a little blue line visible in that window. It's a little out of focus, I apologize, but there's a little blue line in that window, and that blue line is a tube. What connects me to the plunger of that injection mechanism. And here we are. Now I can ignore diabetes until this glucose level becomes normal. I can just leave this alone. This is going to meander. The high glucose level is going to meander a little bit. I manually injected 10 units to deal with it, but it takes a little bit for the body to process the food. And if I haven't told it the correct number of carbohydrates, it's going to lag a little bit. But it's getting better and better at this. So we'll see how much of a lump this creates, if it gets right back down to normal levels or not. And in the meantime, I'm just going to drink water. One thing to do would be to take the dog for a walk in order to get my blood pumping a little bit and get the limbs moving, and potentially that would help deal with some of the carbs via exercise. But the dog is at the groomer's. She's getting her hair did, and I'm stuck here with you. I'm stuck here with you guys, putting my shirt back, my sweaty shirt back on. All right, so let's start working on modules. I mean, we're not going to get a big crowd today. Everyone and their dog is playing Project Zomboid, and I don't just mean that Oddlaw crew that I kind of follow. I mean like everyone and their dog. Rob Oz has been doing his little hoarder thing in Zomboid. I've considered coming back to the game because I played Zomboid like early on. Hold on one sec. The collar on this shirt likes to roll itself around. I played Zomboid like really early on, and I was so sick of zombies. Like, zombies were in every piece of media leading up to the beginnings of Project Zomboid. And so my friend was like, let's play Project Zomboid. And we started, and I was like, I can't do this. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's any more zombies, and I'm going to cry, and you don't want to see that. So we benched Project Zomboid. I'm not sure if I refunded it or not. I think maybe I still own the copy of it. So I should probably load it up again, because it seems like it's a much better game now. It's a really kind of looks like a fun, simulate-y, difficult zombie game. I've sort of gotten over my disdain for the zombie genre. I had the Walking Dead comic. I was, it's just inundated with the fucking things. Like it's enough is enough. Anyway, how's everybody doing in YouTube and Twitch land? Let's get start soon out of here. It's whenever this Bob Marley song comes on from this, the Deckard Ripecast, My Definitions of Chills. I think he's used that song multiple times and I've heard it too often. Okay, anyway, I need to find new music. Maybe we'll go back to the early 2000s drum and bass from video games. Welcome to the Northeast. Welcome to Philadelphia, I'll say, even though I'm technically outside of it. We're in the burbs. But welcome to my shop. We're going to be working on modular synthesizer things today because that's a totally new and different subject for us to work on, right? We're keeping variety strong by still working on modular synthesizers. Well, I've needed to do this for a little while. I ordered a bunch of circuit boards because Julian came over and he said, you don't have this, you don't have that, you don't have the other thing. What's up, Jay Nico? How you doing? How you doing? You don't have all this stuff. So I need to get that stuff so that I can have a legitimate synthesizer. And so in ordering modules, I basically go on Modular Addict and I just choose stuff that I think is neat. Nothing better than a Eurorack day. We have different like groupings of viewers. There are viewers who like programming. There are viewers who like the basic circuit stuff. There are viewers who like us doing more advanced engineering stuff. There are musicians who like us actually playing stuff. There are people who like watching the just the soldering. Or watching us put together something, and there are people who want to learn CAD. These are all different like categories of viewers, and they overlap, but it's interesting because we get a kind of a different viewership depending on what we do around here. I like to keep the variety going. I like to kind of be a variety streamer and do a bunch of this stuff because, I mean, I'm not great at programming. I have my methods for programming. I'm really, really good at soldering small stuff, and showing that off is fun. Maybe one day we'll do like a really legitimate, super dense circuit. Lasers are absolutely a thing that people like doing, and I've got all that laser table equipment that I would love to bring out again. We failed to prove that the Earth is round. We're pretty sure that the Earth is actually flat, because we demonstrably showed that when we made a ring laser gyroscope, we couldn't tell if there was an interference pattern. So the Earth is flat. And interference patterns are fake. That was our conclusion. I didn't want that to be the conclusion. So we gotta revisit that one. We could potentially use a fiber optic and wrap it a bunch so we get a much larger area inside the ring laser circle, and that would show us a little more clearly what was going on in the interference pattern. And then I need like an example of an interference pattern that shows us 15 degrees per second of tilt. I've been working on prototyping a laser rifle. Made a pistol a couple years ago with a weak laser. I'm sure you know, but for anybody who's playing along at home and thinks that, that's a great idea, I want to do that, be cautious because the lasers that are readily available and cheap are blue lasers. And the thing about blue lasers is not only do they emit blue light, but they emit a very strong ultraviolet portion of light. They're not that pure. That very strong ultraviolet light is super cool because you can actually, what they have in these laser projectors now, they have a system where they only need one laser diode. Instead of making red, green, and blue separately, what they do is they take the blue laser, they put that through all the blue pathway on the projector, then they divert it to a glow-in-the-dark disc. And the reason that it's a disc is because that disc is rotating. And the reason it's rotating is because if you have like a 4-watt blue laser directly on a piece of glow-in-the-dark plastic, you're gonna have a bad time. It's gonna get hot, like really hot. So they put it on a big aluminum disc that they spin, and then the aluminum disc dissipates the heat a little bit. They could probably actually put fins on the back of the disc. But what that ultraviolet light does is it reflects off of a phosphorescent plastic and it creates the green and the blue, or the green and the red. It creates green and red, a nice warm green and red, and they can filter that light out and make RGB with a decent amount of power for a projector. It's pretty crazy stuff. Spinning is so much cooler than not spinning. It's a mechanical part though. You don't want mechanical parts, but they had to. I mean, that was like the only option, I guess. spinning, spinning, spinning like this. That's the beginning of a spangle song. Laser light's really good at burning eyeball juice into steam. That's the ultraviolet stuff that you got to watch out for because it's insidious. Your eye doesn't necessarily know, and especially over about like, what is it, 500 milliwatts, your eyes can't tell that the laser light is getting brighter. So if you bounce it off of something that is going to fluoresce when you put ultraviolet light to it, like a white wall, that'll create light that's brighter than you're actually perceiving, and it can really hurt you. The pistol can pop a balloon. Yeah, I had like a 1 watt laser pointer, and that could do a number on plastic and stuff, but it could also really hurt your eyesight without knowing it. In here, when I'm doing the laser stuff in here, I've got that thing behind my back. I'm not looking directly at it. It's not as bad as like the what is it, the like Afghanistan welders that you guys see where they close their eyes and spot weld, and then they close their eyes and spot weld, and it's like, oh no, that's so bad for you. But like a little laser light with the readily available lasers that you can get, they're like 4 watts. That's way too bright for a little like handheld thing. And the people doing it on YouTube, you see them with the laser goggles on, they should have an entire welding mask, because they are, I mean, maybe they're not using it for very long, but the entire idea, when you say idea, my good idea lights up. Focus heat point, working on ways to strengthen the beam. You could just buy a 4 watt. Yeah, it's Pakistan. I have one channel that I subscribe to for the safety sandals content, and it is kind of incredible how little safety equipment they have for handling sheet metal or being near a forge. They're like, just put a fan on it. That'll get all the fumes away. It's kind of incredible stuff. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, anyway, yeah, so I'm just saying, have a word of caution, and definitely keep in your mind, I'm not saying don't mess with high power lasers, because that's what I do all day and I love it. I love it. Not saying don't mess with high power lasers. Just be aware that if you're bouncing it off of something like a piece of paper, that can hurt your eyes more than you think. So just, yeah, you'll be fine. Just what you're supposed to do with a high power laser is you go outside and you point it at a cop, and you go, without activating it, you go, hey cop, and you pull it out really fast, right? That's what you do. You just pull it really fast from your waist and you point it directly at a cop. Or a flock camera. Or you point it at a fly. If you have a 4 watt laser and you're focusing it in on a point, make it like a point that's 6 to 8 feet away and looks a lot like a flock camera. And you do that for maybe a minute with a mask on. And airplanes. No, leave the pilots alone. They have nothing to do with this. If I was to just buy a laser, it wouldn't be as much fun. You keep mentioning safety. That's one area I definitely tend to ignore. Your warnings are good advice. Laser goggles are like $9. Just go on Amazon, find laser goggles that people like, and get those. And if your eyes feel funny when you're working with a laser, maybe put them on. Yeah, shooting at an airplane is crazy. If you see the videos of the airplanes receiving those beams, it's nuts. And of course, the videos that you're going to find are the ones where the cops actually find the person who's shining the laser. I'm sure there's plenty of instances where they don't, but like the entire cockpit lights up with the light of 1,000 suns. It's crazy how much that concentrated beam. I mean, of course, pilots are in the dark, right? They've got their instruments with dim lights on them. They got all the lights off, and most of the time these are at night. So when that laser's shining up, even just a little bit of light is like a sun to them. It's pretty bad, and they will find you, especially if you're in a neighborhood where there are helicopters often roaming around to justify the $1,000 of an hour that it keeps to take a helicopter in the sky, probably $2,000 nowadays. They will find you. Oh, laser beam, we've got our excuse for being up here. All right, let's go get them. You ever work with argon substrates? I've got a Krypton argon laser in the other room. It is more than 20 years old. It is for an old laser photocopier and a place that used to be called MI Lasers, would get them from these photocopiers, and then we bought it for like $500 for some project of some sort. Now I just have it. It requires a 150 CFM squirrel cage fan. I've been doing lasers since I was a teenager. I know too much about them. It requires a 150 CFM fan to keep it cool. I have that on a tube, like a ducting tube, that keeps vibration away from the laser. So if I wanted to repurpose this laser, I have a laser table mount for it. I could make a hologram, assuming that I have a giant concrete vibration table, which I don't. In fact, right now, just sitting in this stool, I can feel the vibrations from my floor fan. So there's no way that I can make holograms here with any sort of clarity that would impress Twitch, unfortunately. But I do have the Krypton Argon laser. It's really cool. The cool thing about it is it has a little control panel, and the little control panel lets you put it on a sort of like maintenance brightness level, which is like a low brightness level where you can, like, you know, path the beam out and stuff without blowing your eyes out. It's not that powerful. It's not like a watt. It's not even, I think it's like 500 milliwatts. But at blue and green, you see very easily with your eyes. So it looks kind of impressive. So next to the switch to turn it off of the maintenance mode, naturally, I've labeled it kill mode. You flip it to kill mode, and then it's full brightness. But yeah. But if your hologram was a place being affected by earthquake, the tremors would make sense. Well, for holography, you've got a special word, holography. Holographyism. That one doesn't work. For holography, you need like no vibration at all. You need none. And it's hard to perceive if you're in a city or even in the suburbs. It's rumbly here. On the scale of lasers, we're talking nanometers, scales of measurement that we are not familiar with as human beings. We can't really perceive the fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a hair width. On that scale, everything's crazy. And so when you try to take a picture, everything's blurry. And so you have these huge concrete tables that are sitting on airbags, and you take your shoes off before going into the room, and you walk very carefully, very deliberately, and you don't put your hands down on anything suddenly. And that isolates, and you talk softly, because even talking loudly could shake things. The pressure waves coming out of your ugly meat man mouth will hit the precious, pure laser beam and shake it around. It won't hit the laser beam, it'll hit the stuff that it's bouncing off of, but still. Yeah, it's crazy. I can't do holography, it's too much. They sold some very basic kits for doing holography, and I assume that with just a regular like helium neon laser, which I also have, you could probably get some pretty decent results, but nothing like the He-Man hologram that you buy from the Science Museum, right? What's going on with the chat over there on YouTube? What's going on? Okay, no, that's still working. The window flashed for some reason. Okay. What's that? My specialties are mechanical and software engineering. Electrical's more of a hobby. Electrical's a hobby for a lot of people, and that's really what this stream is about. Mower today. No, so the mower, Momo's gone. Momo went back to Big John. Big John has Momo, and Big John has packed up all of those motor controllers. He was going to shrink wrap them. I don't know what happened to that. I think I have some shrink wrap that is that size, but he got out of the door before I could get it to him. So he was saying he's going to shrink wrap the motor controllers. He says he wrapped them in Kapton tape, which is, I guess that's fine. You know, much like the what is it? Opportunity? Which is the big guy that's on the moon, the big robot. Whichever the big robot is, it escapes me at the moment. That thing has wiring harnesses that are wrapped in Kapton, so that's fine. Wrapping the motor controllers in Kapton, good work. Some problems. Robot OS is unable to communicate with the motor controllers. That might mean that the TX and the RX pins are flipped. Getting into the head of the designer of the PCB, they probably went TX to RX and RX to TX. Not on my watch. I'm going to make it simple. I'm going to make RX connect to RX and TX connect to TX. That way, whatever it's labeled, you'll connect it to. Why do they do that? Why do they all do that? And whichever one you assume they do the opposite one. So I'm thinking we have our motherboard, we have our motor controller, transmit, receive, receive, transmit. I don't know if that's what's wrong, or if there's just still something that needs to be jiggled, like a wire that needs to be jiggled to get it to communicate properly. I know we saw serial communications being attempted on that line, so whatever's supposed to be there is there. And the whole board isn't powering down, but there's just still something that needs to be worked out. And it's probably one of those things where you need to poke it. Oh, we're in an ad. Oh, geez, already? Where you need to poke it enough times for it to get working again. So we got 3 minutes of me twiddling my thumbs. Oh God, we've only got 30 people here. We were like a 40 to 60 person stream before I enabled mid-roll ads. Why? Like, discoverability is great. I love seeing first-time chatters. We get 1 or maybe 2 a stream about when we hit 40 or so people, but that's a couple hours into the stream when I've been working a little bit. I've been slowly dipping my toes into custom PCBs. Any advice? I don't know, J. Nico. It's really fun to build your PCBs once you've established the groundwork. And I think the first thing you need to do when you make a PCB, when you're sitting down to make a PCB, you need to realize where you're going to order it from, because there's going to be some limitations. Otherwise, you're paying out the wazoo for the boards. So keep it under 100 by 100 millimeters. You can get like 10 boards from Seed Studio, Osh Park, JLPCB. Look at all these companies and see what they have to offer. I think JLPCB lets you be more dense with your design, but then when you kind of take a step back from what you're doing and divorce yourself from the CAD program, you say, if I do that density, do I really want my traces? Oh, did this freeze? Oh no, this is a whole saga. Oh no. All right, I gotta resurrect the microscope because it froze. Yeah, it froze. Okay, we'll do that in just a second. So I would show the JLC PCB up close. This PCB has the utmost dense traces. I can't even follow them with my eyes, whereas Seed Studio limits you to 4 mil, MIL, which is it's an inch standard. Mil is an inch standard, and these limit you to 4 mil, which is, it looks big on CAD, but in real life, you can at least follow it with your eyes. Okay, that trace goes there. Now I can get a probe in to test it. Go to the limitations of the service that you're gonna get the PCB from for your size, for your widths and standards and spacing from the edge of the board, and get that all into the CAD program. Your parts, keep your own little set of parts that you like. You know the pads are in good places for soldering. You know the parts fit. If you need to test a part in the 2D layout to make sure that your part is going to fit where the part goes, you can export the layout, the drill spacing, to just a printout. You just print it out on an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, and you look on the piece of paper and you go, does that work? And you can put your part onto the piece of paper and go, oh, that works, okay. Right? Whoa, idea. Yeah, that was one of the original suggestions on the SparkFun tutorials for making PCBs. There are SparkFun tutorials for Eagle. Those are old. Those are old. Eagle has merged with Fusion, or KiCad works a little bit differently. And then there's, what was that third one? FreeCAD? I don't know. That one works a little bit differently too. But KiCad is one of the open source ones that'll get you tons of plugins because everyone and their dog is using it, right? I'm a rare breed in that I use Fusion 360 because it looks amazing. And I also just know AutoCAD. I've been taught AutoCAD from an early age. Are we back? We're back. Ad starts in 47 minutes. All right. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Sorry about the ad. I was in the middle of talking about stuff. I kind of forget what I was talking about. I think it was about numbers and ads. Yeah, the ads are like not great. But anyway, so oh yeah, we were talking about lasers and stuff like that, and specialties, mechanical engineers. Yeah, if you're building a PCB, just first look for where you're ordering it and get all those numbers into the CAD program, because I almost ran into a huge issue where we finalized the board and then realized that my mill spacing might have been bad. And it was like, oh no, this is going to affect every single facet of the board. Then keep your own little paddock of parts where you know all the pads are in good places and they're good sizes. And especially if you've ordered a board, you can then double back and go, okay, I know that one was bad, I know that one was good. And other than that, when your board is final, take a break. More than just go get a cup of coffee, take like a longer break, work on something else for a little bit, and then come back and look at the PCB again, because there will be things that you forgot. And then order the board and iterate. Just order the board and iterate. Get it done, you know? Gone are the days where we've had to use perforated prototyping board to make sure our circuit absolutely totally works, because the board that I ordered yesterday totaled in at about $30, $36 or something like that. $30 for 10 circuit boards is pretty crazy. 27 of those bucks going to, okay, so maybe it was $47. Yeah, I think it was $47 because it was $27 to ship, $10 to build. It's nothing. That's nothing. Yeah, review, take a break, review, order the PCB, then notice something that you wanted to change. That's how it goes. The CAD programs now allow you to take notes. If not, get a little notebook and write those things down before you forget, because it's going to be a week, 2 weeks until you see the board. And if you notice stuff that's wrong, you can either make corrections in CAD and then, you know, note that. One of the first things that you're doing when you receive that first batch of boards is to always get that to work. Do the bodge wire repairs as best you can on that board that you receive and get it working so that you know what edits you need to put into the next iteration when you order those boards and they come, and you know that you'll just be able to build them and they work. So your first iteration, always get it to work. Always get it to work. Do all of the worst repairs you've ever seen to get it to work and take notes. And then once you get your board to work, you can go to CAD and do the iteration and corrections and order the next batch. And if you're like me, it works perfectly the first time. Anyway, we're building other people's projects that they probably did that with. We're doing modular synthesizer stuff. I've needed to get to this giant, massive pile of boards for a little bit. I started to build one of the filters that I originally bought, and then there should be a good number of filters in these boards. These are just anything. Actually, this one is my own mixer. This one is for burn the subs. This one is for a VCO I haven't built yet. This one is for a VCO I built and did a bodge wire fix on. One of the things that I need to do with this one, what's that? Any advice for sourcing of parts? Oh man, always click in stock. Always click currently stocking, depending on what you're doing. That'll narrow the choices down significantly. If you know specifically what type of part it is, you can specify how you want it to be packaged so that you can get rid of all the bulk stuff in these big part suppliers things. If you're not in America, I don't have any good sourcing advice for you because that differs overseas. You guys have a whole different shipping landscape. I'm able to source some parts from Amazon even in like packs of parts. For modular synthesizer stuff, there are certain parts that everybody uses, and then everybody seems to have their own special parts that they keep in stock. And so you'll run into one single part that you don't know where to get, which is a little side mount. It's a side adjusting surface mount potentiometer. I need 4 of the damn things in 2 values in order to finish the circuit up. How frustrating. So part of today is that we're going to assemble whatever I can, and that might take us across multiple different PCBs, but we're also going to take notes on the stuff that I need. Yeah, the kits on Amazon I like getting because then it gives me, you know, more parts than specifically just 2 of the one that I need. Oh my God, why is my stomach a war zone? Prosciutto is probably why. That's the answer. I had a Italian market prosciutto sandwich that was delicious, but I had a little tiny bit too much. Seems like when I start a design, I always get big lists of different parts, and often this stops me from progressing. I see. Let me restart the microscope here real quick. So I gotta unplug it. This plug we need to do something about. I was gonna change this to USB-C and then have a screw plug on it so that it would absolutely never disconnect, because this sucks. If I manipulate the microscope too much, it cuts out. And when it cuts out, I don't have any control over it. I now need to close Stream Deck and open it up again, and then I need to calibrate the camera. So And I would love it if I could automate this process. I need to make a batch file that would close this. So I need to, oh no, you got to do that from the tray, huh? Quit Stream Deck. Quit. Let that marinate for a second. So when you're designing modules, it's good to stick to what are called jelly bean parts. I don't know how you can get together a good list of jelly bean parts, because when you have somebody else's list of jelly bean parts, that'll include some parts that are not jelly bean parts. And so, you know, even the list of, why is this still frozen? Oh, because I need to, properties, I need to deactivate it. I need to activate it again. There we go. Okay, now the microscope works. So here's what I was talking about with the mil spacing. JLC PCB does like 2 mil. Insane. That is so small. It looks huge on the camera, right? But you don't need that mil spacing. Seed Studio I really like, even though the shipping is expensive. Seed Studio has 6 mil spacing. This is what 6 mil spacing looks like. And it's a little bit cramped with the size of the traces, but at least you can look at the board without a microscope and you can see the traces on the board. I probably should have edited my settings so that that didn't happen. Whatever. We've got some of that in the board we just made. Okay, this camera needs to be calibrated. I have an algorithm. I have an automated thing where I just hit microscope procedure, and that brings it through the paces, and that should look good. Yeah, that looks good. No streaks, a little bit. That should be okay. All right, so what do we have? I've got a bunch of boards here, and I kind of want to like finish one of them. One of them requires a dual Vactrol, and that's this one right here. And of course, it's a nonlinear circuit. No, I would not. 4 mil, I believe, it's too small. This is too small. If I needed to do a repair on this board, like let's say I wanted to put a resistor in here, I need a pointer. My fingies are too meaty. My meat pointers are too meat to point at meat. If I wanted to add a resistor here, I would chop this off of the board and then scrape it with a knife in order to expose under the solder mask and then solder to what was there. Can't really do that very effectively with this size of trace. When you move up in size, you get better repairability of the board. So with this, I would still struggle if I were relocating like a resistor, for instance. If I wanted to put a resistor, I don't know, like from here to here, then I could scrape up here and it would be a little easier for me to do. So big traces kind of help you alter your circuit. For the beginning of stream, the interaction from when I ordered the PCBs was, I was in the middle of like getting ready to punch my credit card into the internet and watch all of my money fly away, and Gonad sets off a fart at that moment. The fart box is 24/7, by the way. So yeah, anyway, that's, I don't know, 6 mil I think is better. And especially if you're new to building circuit boards, you'll want larger than that. It might hurt your ability to run traces densely, but when you're beginning, spread out, please. Pushing yourself to extreme high density from the get-go is not a great idea. Use things like 0805 sized components and SOICs, and that way you'll be able to troubleshoot more easily. Troubleshooting is a big piece of making a PCB, a big piece, and so go easy on yourself. Yeah, 6 to 8 spacing. You know, 6 is good for your signal traces. If you can, larger power traces too. If you can work it in. So I have haphazardly added most of the stuff to this circuit. There's only a couple controls missing and the power plug and one particular part that I kind of want us to get into and actually take a look at. And that would be, well, maybe we'll just build it and just hope that it works. It is nonlinear circuits after all. Nonlinear circuits are made by, I guess, an Australian bloke, I'm supposed to say. And they're made very quickly. There's like 1 circuit per month, and they're all very kind of off the cuff and experimental. And That's why I love them. That's what I love about them, is that they are sort of just like, well, here we go, go. Circuit stuff, go. And so what we've got here is a particular part that is kind of a special sauce. We've got an anode and a I've never tried designing one, but had a couple ideas for combining circuits. 3.9 is specific for the analog circuit that we're using here. 3.9 versus 3.3. It's 3.9 because there's no digital circuitry anywhere in this. The closest thing we get to digital is this diode right here, and maybe the op amps. This is a Vactrol filter, a nonlinear circuit low pass gate. Who wants to die for art? I don't know why. They always put a weird thing on there. I hate these resistors, by the way. That's 470K with no labels. Come on. Anyway, so the spacing of these are that they wanted to have resistors, through-hole resistors that stood straight up in the air. So those are close enough that I can actually get surface mount parts over top of it. And this is what pushed me over the edge to reorder a book of 0805s and have the book instead of the big thing of resistors, because the big thing of resistors takes up most of the desk space that I have. So anyway, I've got most of the parts in here except for this buddy right here. This buddy right here is pretty much directly out of Timmy's first electronics book. And as such, it's one of the things that I can't stand. I do not enjoy working with photoresistors. They're slow, they're annoying, they're basic. They've been in the books since the 80s. But apparently, they're really cool to use in music stuff. So what we have here is a circuit that dims an LED, and as it does so, the resistance across the photodiodes, the photoresistors. Hold on, I'm burping. Oh man, my stomach does not like that. Maybe it was the cheese. It was mozzarella. There's a high fat content in mozzarella, right? Yeah. Anyway, these change the resistance with the presence of light, slowly, but effectively enough that you can make a low pass filter out of them. So what they have here in the circuit, in the nonlinear circuit, and this might be kind of a challenge to see. Hold on one sec. Really, it does sound nice in Eurorack, because I loathe the Timmy's first electronics stuff. This would be counterclockwise. Doink. There we go. Low pass gate. So what's going on here? We have a control, which is hoisted between plus and minus 12 volts. We're biasing it a little bit more towards the positive by putting a 10 kilo ohm resistor to the negative. So that's going to bias our 100 kilo ohm voltage divider a little bit more positive, right? 10%. What's that? I use those for light level sensors in some of my rooms and one for outside. Oh, interesting. Very human and a bit laggy. Yeah, they're not going to keep up with a lot of stuff. They have cadmium in there, so don't lick them too much. I think they're coated. Don't they have like an optical coating on the outside? I'm going to lick whatever I want, okay? I'm not going to suffer through you guys telling me when to and not lick stuff. Okay? I'm going to lick the photoresistor now. Anyway, we have a 150 kilo ohm resistor in there to limit the amount of current, but also to bias the amount of current that this thing is able to control. So we're biased with 100 kilo ohms and 150 kilo ohms. Then we have a very small 2 nanofarad capacitor that's going to be overcome fairly quickly. That's probably just to stabilize this and slow it down a little bit. It's probably just doing a little bit of a debounce kind of thing on that. But 470 kilo ohms connecting it to the control voltage in, that's odd. Maybe that's to isolate. No, that's not going to isolate anything. What is that going to do? So when I plug in my CV, then it will charge, but it'll charge the capacitor anyway. I don't know what this is there for. I don't know why this is there. I'm going to have to read the circuit description to figure out what's going on there. Because we have 100 kilo ohms bias for 150. So it's like, 10 to 15 on the ratios of control between these two. The CV will, of course, mix with wherever your knob is placed and change the amount of volts that go into the comparator. Dun, dun, dun. So we've got a comparator here. operational amplifier. Sorry, operational amplifier. A comparator is different. An operational amplifier is math. Basically what happens is you have a transfer function, and a transfer function is like y equals 2x. That would be a 1-to-2 ratio of amplification, right? So that equation is dictated by the structure of the circuit and the values of the components of the circuit. You can look it up. You can look up different circuits for operational amplifier. There's 10 super common ones, and then there's uncommon usage, which is barely done because engineers are not clever. We're not clever. We follow instructions really, really well. So typically you will have one of those 10 circuits. And so if we boil down what we are looking at here, we have the positive going to a resistor to ground. We're going into the negative, and coming out, we go through a 470 ohm resistor through a diode, and then we have some kind of a current limiting thing here with the Zener diode. Zener diodes limit the voltage by leaking any additional. So if you put if you bake a diode in a particular way and you flip it in the circuit, it will have this sudden cutoff of transfer of power. Zener diode chart. The graph of a Zener diode in reverse bias has this sudden avalanche breakdown. Oh, I forgot that term. And a sudden avalanche breakdown. And so Zener diodes are rated in volts. This Zener diode is rated at 3.9 volts, 3V9. That's the British European-y kind of way of denoting a decimal place. We have dots on corners. That's a no-no in my book. Anyway, dots on corners. It's so weird. Okay. 100K trim pot in order to bias the brightness of this diode. So this entire circuit here, we can assume is catered around controlling the amount of current that runs through the diode. Voltage doesn't matter so much, but it is limited at 3.9 volts, the breakdown voltage of your typical LED. I mean, sometimes you get 1.7, 3.9 is kind of tough, but the diode should be tolerant of 3.9 volts. So we are bleeding off 3.9 volts. I don't know what the 100K is exactly doing there. It's grounding that leg. So I guess that's where we're bleeding it through, 470 and 100K. Weird stuff is going on in this circuit, but the point is that we are taking our 10 volt or plus minus 12 volt input, biasing it and having another control on it, and then putting it into an amplifier with a huge ratio that bumps it way down so that that 10 volt swing is down to a 3 volt swing in the positives. That's what's going on here. I've glossed over details because I don't know the equations. I have to be honest. So then we also have an audio in, because after all, this is an audio filter. It's one of the crucial steps in a modular synthesizer. You create all your signals with voltage levels and stuff like that. You create your notes with a voltage controlled amplifier, or voltage controlled oscillator. You change the amplification with a voltage control amplifier. You filter it with voltage controlled filters. You attenuate it. You put it into a speaker. You go, why am I still making fart noises? I just spent hundreds of dollars on a filter. But that sequence of things is what makes up a synthesizer. So the crucial thing is that you have some kind of a cool audio filter in order to make your prog rock. So here, the bleeps and bloops that are typical of prog rock. So our audio's coming in, and then we have a type of filter. So passive filters. Passive audio filter, yes, circuits. Maybe we can find something. Passive low pass, passive band pass. Somewhere in all the textbooks, they show you what the filter structures are. And yeah, here we go. It's this is like the typical components of your audio filter, except that they can boil down to simpler structures. And I think that first structure is a low-pass filter. I haven't studied these in a little while. I used to be able to do the equations on these. This is all math, but it's audio math, and so you can kind of gloss over a little bit. It helps to read circuit descriptions and stuff and examples and knowing what to actually search. 3 passive filter circuits, here we go. That is gloriously unreadable. My eyes are getting worse. Diabetes will take them eventually. No, actually, it won't, because we have really good drugs and management nowadays. So input signal, output signal, capacitors, and resistors. In our case, what are circuit? We don't need to enter anymore. Oh, I need to move that somewhere it's not distracting. Yeah, we'll put it above the air raid siren. Momo, by the way, if people were wondering, that's what I was talking about before I got cut off by the commercial break. How we got 30 minutes until one. Momo has gone to my friend. He's taken Momo back. We no longer have Momo. Momo is having trouble with TX and RX, and it might just be that you need to flip TX and RX. I need to look at Momo's main schematic, the main board schematic, to make sure, you know, TX and RX, maybe the designer of the circuit said, you know what I'll do? I'll have TX go to TX and RX go to RX. That way there's no getting it wrong. You won't get it wrong because you do TX to TX and RX to RX. It's just the name of a signal. And so I put TX to RX and RX to TX because I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm the dumb one. Man. You know, like, that may have been the case. That may not have been the case. I might have just gotten it wrong. That happens so much more than people like to admit, that you just get something wrong. And it's always TX and RX. I'm hoping it's something with the protocol, like the baud rate or something. The second problem with Momo is that charging circuit. We were right to question having one trace and then putting a 10 kilo ohms resistor across the trace without breaking the trace. Because now it's just a 10 kilo ohm resistor and a short. All the current's going to flow through the short. The 10K resistor is not going to do anything. So there's something else that needs to be done with that. I don't know if it means isolating that trace, which would mean just picking up the little pin of the of that MOSFET so that the 10 kilo ohm resistor goes from that trace to the MOSFET instead of across itself. That's for another day. I think the safer thing is just to tell my buddy to get a 0.002 ohm shunt resistor so that the mower circuit board sees less current than is actually flowing, and it'll charge the battery up higher. I don't like either of those solutions. I feel like should go into the GitHub and tweak something in order to get it to charge more fully. But because we are measuring across a shunt, and we're altering the measurement across the shunt in order to get the battery to full voltage. I don't like that one bit. That sounds like you might accidentally overcharge your giant lithium-ion battery. And for Momo to go up in flames after my friend generously paid me a bunch of money to do all that alteration is not something any of us want to see. So yeah, we're gonna have to like take a good look at Momo and make sure that we can get Momo back on the streets. Why do I have a bunch of PMs? Oh, it's just people going live. So yeah, anyway, what's going on in the circuit? So we have audio in, and then it's going through a filter, and 100K with 1 microfarad I've seen before. I don't know. I think what we're doing is we're filtering out high frequencies with this, because a high frequency, what's going to happen here? It's going to bias it. This is going to block any DC. I'm not sure. I got to study on my filters again and figure out how they work. Because like high pass filter, band pass filter, what is the filter topography when we've got 2 resistors that are going to ground? So this explains these three filters, but not the one that I was looking at. I should have paid more attention in Circuits 101, the Circuit Circus. They taught us this stuff. I should know this stuff. Why am I dumb? I've been out of college for so long. It's all just bled away. Anyway, I'll have to look up some passive filters and figure out what topologies exist and how to do the equations on them. Because they all have particular equations. Capacitors are timing devices. Oh my God, heartburn. Oh! I took multiple famotidine this morning. Anyway, audio comes in, it goes through a little bit of a filter to get rid of some ugly stuff. Goes into a, this has a C written on it. Oh, that's C and D on the chip. They're labeled A, B, C, and D. So this would be the op-amp C. Op-amp C we see is set up in a non-inverting amplifier. Non-inverting amplifier we can tell because we're going into the positive lead, and then we've got feedback on the negative lead, but that's a resistor going to ground, maybe, and a resistor across the feedback path. If we look at op-amp circuits, and we find the, what was it, top 10 fundamental. This is the one that I like. I always pull this one up. Voltage follower, positive is going to ground, negative as a feedback. Our signal goes in here. It's 1-to-1 amplified. There's a tiny, tiny bit of delay to go through the op amp. Tiny, tiny, tiny bit of delay. That's why it's a voltage follower. This explains a couple things in here. Inverting op amp. This is the typical application of an op amp. You get more noise resistance and better operation when you do things in inverting op amps, but the non-inverting is okay too. It's all right. So inverting, we go into the negative, we go through an initial resistor, and then we have a feedback resistor. And those make up the transfer function, which is Vs is equal to negative VE R2 over R1. Why is it negative? That's just how this works. The op amp has a gain of like 300 if you go directly through it without any feedback. And so your inverted signals then fed back into your input so that it cancels out. And so equation-wise, it looks like this. Your non-inverting op amp, we go in through the positive, we have a resistor going to ground, and we have a feedback resistor going into negative. Again, this is just how we do, and the equation turns out similar, but a little bit different. So it is the output voltage is equal to 1 plus, it's always 1 plus, resistor over resistor. You can't have negative resistors. So we are forever limited to 1 plus on our gain. There are other schemes of non-inverting, and you saw what I was doing earlier where you've got two different resistors here in order to bias one input over the other. So V1 plus V2, but if you have, I guess, resistors ground and stuff like that, you can bias them with these resistors. Usually in circuits like this, you would have 100 kilo ohm resistors, so they're pretty high resistance in there. Differential amplifier, if you have two voltages and you want to compare them, this is typically how you would hook them up. Integrator, when we put a capacitor across there, 1 over R times the capacitance in farads. Gonna keep all your units consistent. Gotta be careful. You don't want to put picofarads into that. You get a totally wrong answer. And then the sum of VE over time. That's DT is over time. So you would have the sum of whatever your waveform is coming in. It would get integrated. So if you integrate like a waveform, you get like a pulse, right? So that'll send out like a pulse when it gets a sudden burst of a waveform. The capacitor also at higher frequencies will start letting the higher frequencies through for some reason. I don't fucking know. It's just what they do in these circuits. They put a capacitor across the feedback loop along with the resistor in parallel, and apparently at higher frequencies, the capacitor is allowing the full signal through and causing it to tamp out that high frequency noise. So you have a situation where like a high frequency can sort of cause an oscillation in your op amp because of the limitations of the op amp and stuff, whatever it's susceptible to. Put that capacitor across there, it's much cleaner. And so that's a common thing. We see that in a lot of mutable instrument circuits. And if we see it in mutable instrument circuits, we do that. We do that. We just do it. We don't ask questions. We do exactly what Mutable Instruments wants us to do. And that way we have beautiful, clean, modular synthesizer circuits. So that's what the integrator is sort of alternative to. Don't you give me that. You do what Emily Gillette wants us to. You copy the circuit. You copy it. It's good. Don't ask questions. I guess a differentiator, if you want to turn your pulse back into a thingy, you put a capacitor in there. I don't know what the hell else is going on with all these. These are crazy. Negative resistance, this is just getting into crazy town. Now we're in crazy town. Anything beyond the integrator is a mental illness. Anything down here, 8 through 10, are mental illnesses. You don't do this stuff. Current to voltage, who does that? Danger to the I know, negative resistance will blow up all of your equations. Start pumping 12 volts into your 3-volt circuit. Ugh. Scary. Peak detector is actually kind of a neat one because if you take away the C here and you replace it with a resistor, you can have your modular synthesizer plus and minus display. That's what we have in the powered mult. So those are op-amp circuits, and these are so common, and they're always drawn like this, right? They're always drawn like this, so when you do your schematic, even if you're just trying to put parts in for a circuit board design. I'm so sorry about the interruptions in my dulcet tones. If you are just putting stuff down in order to tell your CAD program what lines are connected to what lines, it is still a good idea to follow these shapes in your part layout. And of course, to separate out different functionalities like the filters and stuff, because then when some idiot comes along and tries to figure out what the hell you're doing with your circuit, they can do that because you've got little blocks of functionality that they can look at. Like this is taking a signal in and it is illuminating a diode. And it's biasing it in a weird way. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but I am to assume that we are summing with the DC over here maybe. I don't know. I think what it's doing is it's moving it on the number line so that it's 0 to 3.9 instead of being plus and minus, because the diode will only light up when you're in the positives. That's my assumption. That's my assumption. And then the 100K trim pot is like a bias of how much you want it to illuminate as per the swing of those voltages. So anyway, over here, we're taking our audio in and we're filtering it. And then we are doing either we are just sending it through a resistor on a feedback line with no ground. What does that do to the equation? Yoink. So Vs is equal to Ve times 1 plus R1, which is 100K over 0. So that's gone. That cancels out. So it's Ve times 1. So Vs is equal to Ve. That's a weird circuit. Vs is equal to Ve. So that's literally just 1-to-1 going through there. But when you bias it, it's 15 over 15, which equals 1. So it's 1-to-2. I wonder if this is cutting down the circuit or the voltage input so that it's at half, because you would 1-to-2 it. And if it's a gate or if it's a low pass filter. That's odd. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what's going on there in terms of the equation, because one is gate and the other one's low pass. And then all we're doing is biasing the input 15 over 15, 1-to-2. Huh. We pump that through the Vactrol, which is set up in a way that I don't understand. It's a way that I don't. Here we are in the advanced filtration circuits, and I don't know what the hell is going on here. Okay, what are we doing? So we go through 2 resistors, and our voltage is coming out here. Depending on how much light is there, it'll be less if there's more light. And then we go through, and we've got our voltage level, and then it goes through this monstrosity that would connect it perhaps to ground, but it's through a 4 mega ohm resistor and a 1 nanofarad capacitor. What does that do? And then if we feel like it, we could flip the switch into low pass and we could add a 10 kilo ohm resistor to ground. So we would have much less resistance to ground. So we could either feed it through a 4.7 mega ohm resistor or a 10 kilo ohm resistor with a 4.7 in tow. I don't know how much that would affect one another. There would be a tiny, tiny bit of current going down to ground through here, and then another tiny bit of current, because 10 kilo ohms is a lot of resistance. And then we have it on a feedback, but the 10K, why is there a star by the 10K? Oh, it's going to be in the documentation, isn't it? We can't control what the 10K is doing. That would just be biasing. But the equation... Oh, no, but we don't have 0 ohms to ground. Wait a minute. It would be infinity. Wait a minute. There'd be no connection to ground. What does that do to the... Is that even covered in here? Hold on, chat. I'm dumb. It's not really even covered in here. I'm getting it wrong. I assumed 0 ohms, and that's not 0 ohms. That's infinity ohms. So if it is infinity ohms to ground, then it would be... Things. It would be things. Things is doing. I need to work on my circuit analysis, guys. I need to be smarter about this. I'm a streamer. I stream electronics. I should be better about this. I should know how these things work. Maybe it's taking, pulling back the veil a little bit here in that I'm too stupid to get this stuff right. If R2 is inf 1 plus small over giant, if it's small over giant, then it's tiny. So it would return to 1, I think, if we're dealing with 1 over infinity is infinitesimally small, right? So this would just cancel out, but not because of a divide by 0. It would just cancel out. And then we would be left with Vs is equal to Ve times 1 point 0.0000000000000, etc. I've got your infinitesimally small right here, buddy. Grabs crotch, accidentally punches the person behind them because there's nothing in the crotch. Does a backflip. So yeah, that would be Vs is equal to Ve. Vs is equal to Ve. I did it. I did an equation. I'm sitting here like, where's that overlay? Trying to do like basic 101 math. How's it going, Murder Bits? How you been? So anyway, cool. So this is, I don't know what the hell's going on here, because whatever the hell this thing is doing, which is more than likely just 1-to-1, but through a 10K, so it's current limiting on itself. So I guess it doesn't blow itself up. Love the look of the shop now. It slowly evolves, and I don't notice it evolving. I don't notice it. But I got a cool thing. Maybe you know about this because you're also an ancient old man. I got a 505. I got to learn how to use this thing. And then we've been doing a lot of modular synthesizer stuff. Burn the subs. Eventually, I know it's been years. I need to do a concentrated like burn the subs thing. I've got that live edge board that'll look really cool. And we've got an idea for what we want to do with the fonts, but I need to sit down and do the wiring harness. It's like when you get a kitten and suddenly it's a cat. And you're like, when did that happen? With dogs, you get a puppy and it's a velociraptor, and then suddenly it's a full dog and it like chills out. Man, that phase of Willow being a little puppy was so cute. Oh my goodness. She had the thing where, she's a little corgi. I have a corgi, right? It's colored like a Pembroke Welsh Corgi, and it is technically a Pembroke Welsh Corgi, but it's a fluffy Corgi. Fluffy Corgi means they have long hair, so Willow's got a big long mane. And at some point, I want to hook up a closed caption service to the stream so that I can have keywords like you guys have keywords in chat. Because if you say Willow, Willow will pop up on the screen. Of course, I'm doing this with a button. But you guys can do it with chat messages. She's so cute. I need to put more pictures of her in here. Like the really flattering ones. The same ones keep coming up. That was a really I'm sorry, Willow, that I took a picture of your butt. Yeah, so that's Willow. She had a thing going on for a little bit when she was a puppy where her ears didn't pop up. And then one ear popped up. Too much. It's too cute. I've been fighting the urge to buy random synth music tools that you see on YouTube all the time. Just waiting for something to have some, just waiting for something to make me have talent. That's what I'm worried about, is I'm spending all this money on like spent $80 on circuit boards so that I could have these building streams. This has been mostly a circuit analysis stream though, which I'm fine with because the more I do this, the better I get at it. And as you can see, I am perfectly fallible when it comes to circuit analysis. I know a lot of circuit analysis, but it's not, my understanding is not complete, and talking through this stuff with you guys is helping me to kind of like flesh it out. But I spent all this money on circuit boards, and I know that the modular synthesizer is all about getting it to make its own music, but it helps if there's a little talent behind it. And oftentimes talent is just work. Talent can just be work. So it's possible that I need to put some work into it. I made some pretty pleasing chords on the 505. I was just kind of noodling around with the keyboard and sort of familiarizing myself with the settings. I need to learn the sequencer. And once I learn the sequencer, is it possible that I would be able to make it sound like real music. It might not be. I might not be talented. I don't know. Maybe we can supplement talent with work, Murder Bits. Maybe we could just put in the work and we will have the talent. There's some kind of like an accursed feedback loop here where the output of this amplifier feeds into some kind of a biasing structure that goes into a non-inverting amplifier at unity gain. So 1-to-1, 10K, 10K, unity gain, non-inverting. So whatever non-inverting came out of here is non-inverting into here. And then depending on whether we've chosen gate or low pass, if we're filtering gate, I'm pausing here to burp. I don't know what the hell was with that sandwich, but it really got my heartburn going. If the Arctic monkeys can do it, you can. Is that like a talentless hack joke? I don't know. So if we put it into low pass, I guess it feeds itself back into the whatever resistor the brightness is dictating. I believe it was. Okay, it was a good one then. It was mean-spirited. I liked it. Okay, so aside from the absolutely crazy drawing of this circuit, I don't know what CAD tool Nonlinear is using, but this is designed in 2015. In 2015, I was making circuits that were way better looking than this. Get with the program. But again, I can't fault Nonlinear because they make such awesome modules out of pretty common parts. I mean, the Vactrol is the uncommon part here that we're going to build in just a minute. And all that is an LED shining into a photodiode, or a photoresistor. And in this case, we put 2 photoresistors in. So let's get to that. Let's get to that. Let's build a Vactrol. Now, a Vactrol you can buy. Here's the problem with the Vactrol. Vactrol is a made-up word, and the audio nerds made up Vactrol, and I don't know when, and I don't know when this happened, because in my day, back in the 90s, this type of thing was something that you would just shrink wrap together. You would just take a little piece of a drinking straw, which were plastic, and then you would put shrink wrap on top of it with a diode and a photoresistor. Bob's your uncle. I think we're going to have to use the hot glue that I have in order to build this, because we're going 1 LED into 2 photoresistors. And they decided to call it Vactrol, and they decided to wrap it in black epoxy, and then they decided that they would charge $5.99 per. I'm not going to spend $5.99 on that when Jimmy's First Electronic Circuits has photoresistors coming out of their eyeballs, so or earballs, I don't know. So Vactrols like a particular frequency of light, and it depends on what photoresistors you have. Some of the audio nerds have run tests, and they found that orange is a pretty ideal color. Somebody ran it through a bunch of tests, and it was on Reddit. Pretty good thread. They found, you know, when you get closer to white light, you get a more, I don't know, prominent response. They were seeing curves, but when you got to like the oranges, it was a straight line. Green, they are particularly sensitive to as well, but apparently that wasn't desirable. So what we need is orange LED. And I would love to be able to find in this kit something that would light 2 photoresistors on either side of itself. I had red LEDs that were flat and ones that had a little cone in the top so that they would send all of their light outwards, but I don't know what happened to those. These, obviously, it's easy to tell what color is what on these LEDs. These are, of course... Oh, an ad just started. Ow. An ad's starting in 2 minutes. We are working on making a Vactrol so I can finish a filter for the Eurorack. But we're in the middle of an ad, so I'm pausing what I'm doing. For 3 minutes, we get to hold on for 3 minutes, get a glass of water, chill out for just a sec, and we'll continue with LEDs once we're done the ad. I need to put a splash screen up during this. Hold on. Let's make like a text scene. So I'm gonna go to studio mode. And let's see, on this one, we're gonna go to frameless. Oh, you know, I could actually activate these two, deactivate and reactivate those, and then I would have the glucose frame on every screen. That's what I need to do. Okay, so I'll fix that one in the future. But then for what I want to do right now, frameless overlays, and I'm going to add a text. Add a text. Where is that? There's too many choices. Window capture, VLC, video capture device, text, blah, 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 shadow, scene. It would be nice if I could animate all these, but I don't have the copy of Adobe anymore. How are we doing on the ad? We got 1 minute. This should be much easier for me to do. I'm having trouble today. That's weird. Why don't I get stroke and shadow? I don't know what oh, text. There it is. Jeez. Create new, and that would be ad break. Okay. And then the font, I want something like, let's see, Terminal. Terminal's a good one. Terminal, and then it's going to be size is, if I make it, yeah, make it like 60. Writing system, Latin, Greek, Cyrillic, no. Strikeout, underline, no. Okay. That, and it's going to be add break in progress, and the color, oh, no gradient on it, color there, select color, and it's going to be green. Okay, we don't have VCR green in our presets, do we? Oh, we're back from the ad break. Hello, everybody. I'm making a text that says ad break in progress, and I can't see it. I don't know where it is. $14. Where the hell is it? Oh, that's the ad break just starting now? What the? That was 2 minutes till ad break. Zoom way out. Where the hell is my text? Holy crap, why is it dumb? This is the ad break scene, and it's like, it's weird. Why did you say Spider-Man? Spider-Man. Where is my text? Ad break in progress. Font 14. Okay. Don't enable aliasing. I can't find it. Opacity is at 100%. What the heck? Why is this not working? Oh man, good old frustrating OBS. Size 5. Oh, these are the ads you're getting, I see. Where is what the? Okay, what do we can't defaults? Just go to defaults. Oh my god. Cancel. Just delete this. Just delete it. Delete it. Just delete it. Just get rid of it. Just get it out of my face. Plus text GDI. Ad break. Ad break in progress. And then font, terminal. Jesus, that's a lot of ads. And then it's gone. Where did it go? Okay, so terminal's broken, and I don't know why. That's on the font. That font's broken. Maybe system. No. The size is 12. It should be as big as the other one, but small font. Why can I not see any of these other fonts? Are the fonts broken on my computer? I can't believe that you're still in an ad. You should be out of the ad by now. You're just naming stuff. Stop it. So for some reason, my text is like dead. Oh, now the thing clicks. So now officially everyone should be out of the ad. You're just naming products. No, stop it. You're gonna get timed out. Small fonts, normal. I'm looking for a very blocky, kind of like a system font. Impact, Courier New, Cambria. Avenir is my normal font, so maybe I could just use that. I don't really want to use Impact. But I don't know why all the system fonts like die on OBS. They just it just doesn't like them. So I guess I'm just going to use Avenir, although I don't like using that font everywhere. I need a blocky font, and I guess I could probably go find one, but I could do Comic Sans. That's a little too played out. Where's like Lucida Console? That doesn't really do it. Try it. Oh, look, there's my text. I don't know, the font system in OBS is really messed up, isn't it? This is a very easy thing for me to do. Just hold on a sec. Whoa, whoa. What's love? Oh, no, that's not what I was... Uh, 40. 48. Not blocky enough. Well, maybe I can change it now over to the different font. Maybe I can actually go to fix sys. On system. Why? It's like, where is my text? 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 That's so weird. So what I'm doing is I'm selecting fixed sys or small fonts and doing it as either a large font or a small font, like 72, and it's still invisible, and it has this weirdly tall window, and I can't seem to expand it horizontally, and it's just invisible. Maybe because the first character is pushed way down. But if I choose it at like size 10, it's still the size of the page, but I don't see any letters. What in the world? Something's just broken. Something's just broken. Maybe in a normal font scaling? No, it's still just broken. All right, anyway, I gotta find a font that I don't hate, but I wanted it to look like, you know, like a VCR. But Avenir's usually this like production font that I use. So there's ad break in progress in Avenir, and for some reason, blown up 500 billion%. Make that a little smaller. Make it... Actually, let's do a flat bar. Oh. And we'll make that 40, maybe 28. Yeah, so it'll look a little rough. It should look a little rough, and it should be legible in the small Twitch window. And so to lend that a little bit of legibility, I think I can drop a shadow on this. Yeah, filters, and then we're going to add a shadow. And then I got to look over here in this window because I can't see it in the other one. Outer shadow, no padding, blur type triangular, size, pull down the size, make it nice and tight. Intensity, pretty intense. And we want it to actually be low distance, so just barely in there. Let's see. Mask threshold, I guess we'll keep it up. Turn up the intensity a lot. I basically want it to drop the text in again. Now let's, no padding. Okay, hold on. Intensity, I don't think that makes it sharper. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. That looks pretty crunchy. I think I'm gonna leave that. I could put the outline filter on it too, but it's actually really crunchy. So we're gonna keep that nice and crunchy. So now what do I do with that? Well, I deactivate the source, and then let's get out of studio mode so I can see what I'm doing. Oh, we gotta zoom back in. That's a weird double zoom feature. All right. So then I go into Node-RED, and all I need to do is burp. Add break and poggers. Maybe I'll add a couple poggers that activate with it. So over here on the add break, I need to activate a scene. So let me grab a scene activation from another Node-RED flow on the Stream Deck. So scene activation is handled in, that's cache, that's scene ID get. Oh, huh. Frame chat, frameless chat. That's to activate all the different chats, and I get the scene ID, and then I turn it into a command, and then I set scene with the message with a toggle enabled. So if I take this flow, message, set scene, this, and this, copy it, and I bring it over here to Twitch, the Twitch interactions, we go down to add break begin. And over here, boy, the scene ID get is quite a thing, huh? Item ID to command. I guess maybe I need to run scene ID individually. Yeah, I think what I need to do is just run this once. So let's just put that on a toggle just so we can get the scene ID one time. Because we need to make the command using the scene ID. So I'm going to grab a toggle. If I can find one. And grab that too. Well, first of all, let's get a toggle. Man, enable disable chat is a lot more complicated than I thought it was, huh? It's the problem is the plugin that I have doesn't just use the scene name. You have to actually get like a scene ID number from it. So I need to go and get something like this and go back into here, place that there. And so instead of frame chat, this one is called, what is it called? It's called frameless. Let's see. Well, I can do this. I can do this. We're going to get this. Don't worry. Frameless overlay. And it's called add break in all caps. All right. The problem is some of these scene IDs might change if I alter the scenes. So What did that? Oh, it activated very quickly. The scene ID might change if I rearrange things a little bit, so it's kind of annoying, but this one is ad break. Scene name, ad break, source name. Oh, wait a minute. Scene name is frameless. Overlay. Frameless overlay. Capital O. And the scene name is ad break. I guess we could just make it do this all the time. That way, if I ever change the scene IDs, it'll always get it, as long as it's in that thing. No, this is what I made. This is all in Node-RED, and I'm not using Stream Deck to activate this scene during an ad. What I'm doing is I am setting. Oh yeah, this needs to be called. So what has to happen here is when an ad break begins, we will toggle. Hold on a second. We need that same duration thing to happen, but instead of hitting switch 3, it needs to activate or deactivate this. So one gets an on, the other gets an off, and that's in just the message.payload is set to on. So on and off, I still need it to do the same thing with the message payload as on and off, but I need that to toggle my scene on and off. Scene item enabled. Huh, how am I going to do that? Wait, what's the second output? Set scene, scene item enabled. And then I would need to have set scene, scene item disabled. Oh God, where is it? Or do I send it a false? Hold on a second. Oh my God. This is what I would be doing off air, because it's kind of complicated, but there's just certain things that I need to do in a particular way so that I can activate that ad break enabled and disabled so that we have a big pop-up on the screen. This I could also set to like stop the stream if I wanted to. Scene item enabled. I guess I need to send it a false or something. Set scene item enabled. Request data message.command. Item ID command to scene item ID. But that set enable. Scene name, frameless overlay, source name, ad break. So that sends it as enabled. What if I send it as enable again? Mine auto triggers 3 of those tiny little spinny lights for the RC excavators on top of my monitors when I get a Twitch event. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I'm just trying to see. Oh, toggle enabled. Command.scene item enabled, not message payload scene item. Oh, okay. Okay, wait a minute. That's a toggle. That's a toggle. That makes it so much easier. Wait a minute. That's a toggle. So all we need to do is whenever this thing gets hit on the timer, so whatever's going here, I'm just going to change the message, and that'll get a scene ID, and then it'll poop it over to the things that it needs to poop it over to. So we could just hit that from here. Got to hit that. Okay, that's it. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so I missed that it was a toggle because I'm dumb. So now whenever this thing gets a message after the filter, which will filter out multiple off at the same time, it will just simply enable and disable the ad break overlay. This is a complicated little flow here, and I should probably replace this with like a box, right? I can put all this into a black box and just say toggle scene or whatever. Need to do some of that for my wiring when it erects. What are you typing into chat here? What is it? Wait, should I read the rest of this message? When it connects that I've written another 1,000 words or something, or I hit another goal, I need an obnoxious celebration to happen. Murder Bits, you need to go online and you need to buy something. Hold on, I can't get it out of here. It's stuck behind the monitors and all the monitor wires. Come on. This is something that we haven't gotten around to yet for actual bits donations. God damn it. Okay, there we go. Jeez. It's like impossible to get from behind the monitors. You need to get yourself like a $10 money gun. This thing is hilarious because if you activate it with a Node-RED node, you can have it plug into like, I don't know, 5 volts or a 9-volt battery. It's powered by 3 volts. And then I shouldn't say this because it sounds a lot worse than it actually is, but my mother had a bunch of $1 bills. It's not what you think. She was running the drinks at some kind of an old lady event thing for a historical society. It's nothing to do with stripping. I know it sounds like it, but anyway, she was like, yeah, you can use these. It's like, what? That's like $30. So I have real dollar bills in this thing. We're going to hook this up to like donations eventually. It'll be like, if you donate $50, the money gun goes off. Because I'm not going to run around the shop and like clean up all that. The problem is once I do that, it's possible that people will use it so often that an embarrassment of riches could knock me off of my health insurance. So maybe we got to be careful. Maybe this will only be bits, maybe 1,000 bits, and you can. But the farts cost that much. But yeah, it's a really funny visual because you just start getting pelted with dollar bills. Break an expensive object, it goes off. Give my admin the ability to and very specific instructions that if I break something expensive, then it should go off. Let's see, in about 30 minutes, we will be able to test this complicated Node-RED flow that I came up with. I came up with this because there is like a particular way to activate a scene, but with my OBS plugin, it doesn't let me just name the, whatchamacallit, the scene and the source. It doesn't just let me name the scene and the source. I have to actually get a numerical ID. And the numerical ID changes if you add and delete or even just move in order the sources. So I've made a little system in Node-RED that will automatically get that scene ID every time. And since it's a Java flow, it doesn't care. It'll just do it every time. But I would like to like wrap that into something so I could actually just get a better flow. I don't think anybody's maintaining these Twitch plugins that I use anymore. So this is all on me. It's all on me to figure out how to utilize these things. So this is a toggle. So it will, after the filter, if it gets an on or an off, it doesn't care if it's on or off. But since the overlay's off, it'll turn on and then it'll turn off when we're done. So all I've done is just sort of put that onto my ad break synthesizer turn off flow. And I guess I'll take the switch out of this. We'll just do that. I'm going to leave that there, but because I do want to come back and do another stream where we do that. Oh, and I deploy. Confirm the deploy. Okay, so when the ad break starts, we'll see what happens. Okay, back to this. What I was saying before that long Node-RED break, ultimately that gives us more functionality. So the stream has grown, just not in viewer numbers. LEDs. It's really easy to identify which LEDs these are. No, it's not. I have all kinds of different LEDs and we're looking for oranges. What was a beautiful shot? The panning down? I never know. Or the spiral. It was the swirl that looked cool. So right now we are in ohms mode. This will tell me the number of ohms between the two probes. It's the best way to reverse engineer a circuit board. You go from point to point using the little, the mirror spiral. Yeah, those look pretty good sometimes. Point to point, it'll give you the number of ohms between your 2 points. This gives you more information than the beeper. However, we are now going to activate diode mode, which is suspiciously close to the beeper. Diode mode is the origin of your continuity beeper. Your continuity beeper was originally intended if you can't see whether or not something connects, it beeps, or when you test the diode, if it beeps, it's broken. Diode mode tells you the number of tells you the voltage drop between 2 points, and you have a positive and a negative, an anode and cathode. If you reach that voltage drop on a typical LED, it lights up. And this one does not light up that much because it does not have a lens built into the top. This is just a flat top LED. I don't know if this would be good to use in the Vactrol for the single Vactrol designs. It might be. But your typical LED is going to have a lens on the top. If we get it right, the toilet bowl is typically negative, and then out of the toilet bowl is positive. So this is an ultraviolet LED. It would have been kind of cool if they had tested those LDRs, the light detecting resistors, with an ultraviolet LED. I don't know if that would give you better performance or not. It depends on what frequencies the LDR is actually sensitive to, and I don't know if that includes ultraviolet. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing with so many ultraviolet LEDs. I don't know why I have so many of these things. Thought maybe I could fluoresce glow in the dark stuff with them, but that's not really the case. This one is probably, I think these are not the right colors. Now, when I say toilet bowl, I can show you. Just give me a second here. Wow, that is very bright blue. That is very bright blue. Is it a dual direction? It is not. All right, I don't think this is going to have the right one. I think one of the LED kits that I have is going to have the orange that we're looking for. What was I going to do? Oh, it's going to try to look up. Anyway, yeah, so let's get the LED kit and just get an orange LED. I'm thinking for the single Vactrols, I can use the poop bag core. This is the poop bags that we buy are on these reels, and this is a nice cardboard reel where I can't get any light through. So it'll be a nice little body for our Vactrol. I probably could have 3D printed something kind of small too to go around it. Or I don't know, take one of these and make it into a Vactrol. Nah, these are too nice. I don't want to mess up my... I do have heat shrink, and I could literally just heat shrink it together, but it's going to be an awkward shape because it's the one we're making has 2 LDRs. We're going to have to match these, aren't we? I don't know how we're going to be able to do that. Maybe the weirdness is just going to be a feature. Man, if these hiccup burps could stop, I would be so happy. Yeah, exactly. All the lumps and bumps will contribute to the audio bouquet. Bukake? No, bouquet. Bouquet. Somewhere in here, there's LEDs. Deep within. Where did I put the LED? Wait a minute. What the hell? I know they're in here. One of yous is going to be... One of yous is LEDs. And I'm going to find you. Those are rivets. These are cool. These are rivets so that I can repair vias. They're a little bit big and clunky, but when I need them, I need them. And there have been a couple times that we've actually kind of needed them, and I wasn't able to use them because I didn't have them. Where did all of my LEDs go? Did that bin, is that bin sitting out and I've just been looking over it for a month? Hold on. What's over here? No, I don't see an LED bin. You know, it's always possible that I have the bin just sitting over here and I just haven't seen it. It just completely evades my gaze. Where are LED? You know, I got like a big thing of them. Crystals. All right, come on, man. Where's the LED bin? Did it get somewhere? It didn't get somewhere. It's in here. I know it's in here. Oh, they're there. Here you go. So, little kit of LEDs. Don't go through this very quickly, but got all of our different ones. This is orange. This is also orange. We'll probably use this one. The clear lens orange LED. It doesn't need to look orange because it's the ones that you would put up as indicators for yourself are the ones that have the color in it already. Those dissipate a little bit more, but the ones without the colored lens are the ones that we can use for the vac trolls. And I'm just going off a Reddit thread here that said that they got really good performance out of orange. I could do something weird like put a green one in there. Oh, and what I was talking about. One of the pins, and this isn't a very good close-up. I could probably use a 5mm LED for a better close-up. But if you look, the chip of the LED is sitting in a little bowl. And that bowl is attached to a wall. And when you attach a bowl to a vertical surface like this, it looks like a turlet. I mean, it really just looks like a toilet. You can see it's, oh, okay. That's a turlet. See that in there? That's a turlet. A bowl with a little square chip in the middle. 3 colors with separate pins to drive them. I don't, you know, that would be cool. And I could put a switch on the front that would switch it to the different color LED. But we've got to put these facing like 1 to 2. And so I think it would be kind of a weird lineup. This is also a little bit big for our purposes. I mean, I could find a smaller tube, and then I've got hot glue that I can put in the back of it. That's not transparent. We got to make it fit on the board too. I mean, I could just install it on the board and then hot glue over it. We could just do shrink wrap. Oh dear God, that's blue. That is a very blue LED. Where's the oranges? Oh, blue, green, yellow, red, white. Huh. Hot glitter glue. Yeah, I finally got the, well, no, I've had the black stuff for a little while. You've been telling me about it as if I don't have it already. You don't have 5mm LEDs? I don't think I have orange. I think I've used orange in like everything. My 5mm LEDs are here. I typically use surface mount. I mean, honestly, I could probably use some of this stuff. The surface mount adapter thing, or I could use like a pin header and put the LED on top of the pin header, and that would give me like a surface mount orange. Yeah, orange or red are apparently the ones. Green is a weird response. It would be kind of funny to put an addressable WS2812 on it, but it's a very analog circuit, so. But yeah, I could do all kinds of stuff to like dial it in. I don't know what I don't think I really should be. Okay, these aren't these are the 5mm. I don't have a lot of 5mm to be honest. All of these are bicolor. And then this would be the collection of miscellaneous 5mm. I have not used 5mm LEDs in like a age. These are all going to be old and faded and broken. And then these are 3-watt LEDs. We can't use these. Stupid vac trolls making me go back to the Stone Age. Oh, that one's orange, but it's kind of pathetic. Like the blue LED was brighter than this. I could use the pathetic orange LED at 3.9 volts. I guess we'll try. Make it stupid. I'm going to need another one too, because we got to make 2 of these. One of them has to be a 1-to-1. That's very blue, and it's very high voltage. This is an ancient blue LED. Yeah, see, it's not even activating anymore. It activated for like 1 second because it's getting to like 0.4 volts. Some of these will be red. I think this one's purple. There's this deep blue color that I've been looking for in LEDs for ages. See how this is like a more of like an aqua blue? Like a little more of a cayenne blue? These are a deep, almost purple, but not purple. If I can actually get the leads on it. Otherwise, these are actually kind of hard for me to get to. Come on. Well, hold on. Maybe I'm just lying and these are broken and I've never seen them before. Yeah, there, see the barely weak activation. You can't really see. These match the coloring of the early 90s or early 2000s VWs. There we go. 2001 VW had that color of light. And the old deep blue was because they were lamps, they weren't LEDs yet. But then this was a replacement for like a boost gauge and it had that deep blue color. I have not been able to find it or replicate it since. I miss the old deep blue ones. They were apparently amazing for night driving. I was just used to them, but I put a bunch of these in the fire cannon controller because it was such a special project with Big John. It had a bunch, and then now it's gone. It got sold to some kids who blew it up. An appropriate end. I just wish I could get that Philadelphia experiment logo that I put on it because that was like really cool. Yeah, I think a lot of these are like old 5-volt LEDs that require like a full 5 volts. Yeah, old school blue. China sells dipping paint for neons that sort of works on warm white. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, I don't know how I'd source that, but that does sound fascinating. I mean, that sounds like a solution for that. But it also kind of sounds like what, oh, what's his face? Who's that guy that analyzes a bunch of stuff on YouTube and he was like he's all fired up about Christmas lights. He tried dipping a bunch of LEDs and it just doesn't really work because LEDs are very frequency specific. They have frequency bands. Not Big Clive, no. Oh, this one's yellow. Apparently yellow works pretty well too for a Vactrol. That's rare, I didn't even... Technology Connections, yep, second guess, you got it. Tech Connections did a whole thing on, multiple whole things on Christmas lights that are LEDs, and apparently painting them doesn't quite, I mean, it'll get you somewhere, but it's not really a good idea. Yeah. I'm looking through my 5mm LEDs, and as it turns out, I don't really do a lot with 5mm LEDs. I have a lot of blue, quite a lot of blue, and I've got a lot of bicolor LEDs, but my 5mm are so old. Everything I do is in different color bands. So I think we're going to have to make this out of a 3mm LED. It's the same thing, really. We found a yellow LED, and that could be fascinating, but I don't think I'm going to use yellows. And then ultraviolet, which is what this is. This is an ultraviolet LED. I'm currently blowing out my cornea. I wonder about UV, if that would do something different. But let's abandon the ancient orange one, because that's not going to do us any good. Because here, look at this compared to a 3mm orange. Apparently I'm running out of orange too. So just in the 3mm diffused lens orange. Look at how much brighter that is, just right with the limited amount of current that the multimeter provides that's so bright. And then we go to the orange that we found. Burp. That ain't hardly nothing. So back into the archive you go. We're going to use the 3mm. Jeez, it's just a big hodgepodge in this bin. This bin is cursed. Oops. It would be neat if I had some of the RGB chips like this, because then I could have 3 knobs on it, and then I could mix and match, and whichever one has the best response, maybe mark down where the different colors are, like mark orange on the 3, and then it would be a mix of, you know, the blue, the red, and the green. That'd be kind of cool. That's for if I get crazy and I love this module so much that I want to make my own. Your RGB bias Vactrol. Programmable Vactrol using a WS2812. That gets us away from the original intent of the circuit creator. If I could fit the 2 photodiodes, we could cut this out of a syringe. How would I fit 2 photodiodes on that? RGB Vactrol is a good YouTube title, even if it doesn't work out. I think it would do something. So one of the Vactrols we have to make is just a 1-to-1. It's just 1 LED to 1 photoresistor. The other one is 1-to-2, which mechanically makes it a little weirder. These should be omnidirectional, and I'm not allowed to lick them, even though I think there is yeah, the epoxy on the outside is going to keep me from doing that. One way to do this would be to just get ultraviolet glue and just glue the 2 together and then solidify the glue. That's one way to do it. Just don't crunch them up. How dare you tell me what to do? I'll do whatever I want on my show. I guess if I'm doing 1-to-2, because we need a center leg on it. Yeah, here's what we'll do. So I want a little bit of distance between them, but I'll put this in the middle and maybe bend these to be a little bit sideways. So we put them in like this, and I do this. And then we will have our 3 pins, and then these will be equally represented from the light. Maybe I need to back it up a little bit and do 2 on the ends. It looks like I probably can't use the body of the syringe to do that. Because, yeah, only one of these is going to fit in. I could use the syringe if I was doing 1-to-1. Is there any other thing that I could incorporate into this? What kind of nonsense do I have lying around? That's a good question. You know, if I do this in situ, that might actually be... But then I can't get shrink wrap over the outside. But I could use hot glue. So I could assemble this in place on the PCB... But then light will get in through the other side of the board because, you know, light's getting in through the other side of the board right now. So I don't want that. So I guess I do need a body. This will fit a side-by-side LDR, and we can give it full distance here with the components. Well, components on the outside, and then I need something that's optically not clear to make that up. So I don't know if that'll work. Actually, if they're directly against one another. I've seen them do 2 LEDs, but I don't know if putting 2 of these LEDs in parallel will be a good idea. I don't know how much it's actually going to light up the LED if it's going to get to full brightness. I mean, I guess I could assemble the entire rest of the circuit, but then getting to desoldering the Vactrol is going to be kind of difficult. And if we look at the way this thing is structured, audio in is here, so these go on the back side, and I need the panel over here to line up all of those things, because if I install this, this, and this, and then we somehow scrape a, what is it, a 221 rather, whatever this capacitor is we need to find, and then I'll put a power socket on it. Actually, it's probably just going to need to be a header socket without anything surrounding it because the caps are so close. Because I don't think a full thing is going to fit. All right, I'm just thinking about what the process is here because we've got to make a Vactrol and I want to make a good one. I want it to work well, you know? If I assemble this and it's up, then I can kind of peel them apart and put them back together in order to get shrink wrap around it. Or I can make a giant blob of hot glue. I'm liking the Vactrol square case a little more and more every time I think about it. Do I have anything that's like an opaque chunk of something? Not really. Not really. What other electronics components maybe? We're just brainstorming here for a minute so that I'm putting my best foot forward, you know? Because, yeah, most of the stuff that I have will transmit it. No, it's one LED and two LDR. Because the LDRs are set up as like a filter of some kind. Hence the voltage controlled, the VCF. It's nonlinear circuits, low pass filter, I guess, LPF. And it uses weird parts, but we're not unaccustomed to weird parts. We can probably dig out something from these, all the little weird parts dumps that I have. We can probably dig something out that'll allow us to make this weird Vactrol. It's not totally unheard of to have the two things to one, to have dual LDRs, but it is a little more rare than typical. Aha! Oh, that reminds me, I've got a whole thing of nylon standoffs. Those will be perfect. Wait a second, let's get the nylon standoffs. Those will be small enough that I can make them into my own little custom Vactrol. That'll be good. Okay, let me see. Kit of nylon standoffs. Where is that? Kit of nylon standoffs. Show yourself. Be known. I challenge you. Okay, maybe I can't find them. They might be over with the other parts. Yeah, they are. They're over with the other parts, so I gotta go find them. Unless they're one of the bins that's sitting right there. They're not. They're not, I just looked. Nope. Okay. Where are my nylon standoffs? That bin has not been used for anything. I've only done one LDR, one LED. Yeah, those are nice and easy, right? Because then I could make it out of a syringe and it would have the appropriate amount of cringe in it. That would make my music sound cool, but you got to get that little bit of cringe, and that cringe would be this dude's using his own biohazard material in his modular synthesizer. I'd have to have anybody buying it sign off. Be like, yeah, there's like biomaterial in here, like remnants of insulin. That's an entire kit with washers and everything. That is not what I'm looking for. I have these, I'm telling you. I have nylon standoffs. I bought the kit and I went, why did I buy this? Which makes it the perfect opportunity for this particular part of the project. And likely why I can't find it now is because it's perfect. I don't know where they are. God damn it. Oh, here's a bunch of chip RGB LEDs. That would be very funny to put 3 pots on this thing and have selectable RGB. Wait a sec. Where did these... Oh, damn it. I did not know these were here. I did not have to order new motors. I had the right kind of motors for the... Oh, well. Actually, weren't those smaller? Those are smaller. Sorry, I'm losing my mind, chat. I'll be back in a minute with my mind. I just need to find a missing part, which is a kit of nylon standoffs that's somewhere in one of these piles of trash that I call a shop. Oh, so close. Buttons and rivets. Nope. Nope, not there, not there, not there, not there, not there. Every time I see that kit, I put it somewhere, and then I forget where I put it. Oh man, I probably can't find it, so we'll probably have to improvise on some of the other stuff that we found. Yeah, it's one specific bin, and who knows where it got to. This is one of the disadvantages of being completely and utterly disorganized. I shouldn't have to say that out loud, but I did. Unless it made its way behind some stuff, that might be the case. Just to be thorough. I'm gonna find like a mouse trap this way. Nope. Earth-shattering snapping noise. Ah, my finger! Oh, I found nylon washers. I didn't even know those were... Huh, these are clear though. Nothing. Okay, nothing on nothing. Nothing divided by nothing is still nothing. Carry the one. Nope, that wasn't it. Ooh, nothing, nothing, nothing. Whole bunch of nothings. What is that? Oh, I think that's a coil. That's what the Vactrols look like. They're just squares. Too bad this is not something I can salvage. All I need is like a little plastic body to go over the thing. So, you know, 3D printing is very tempting. It would only take like 10 minutes. Those standoffs would have been perfect. They would have been perfect. I would have been able to find one that's big enough that would surround it by black plastic so no light's getting in that. And then up top, no, nothing. And I could have just hot glued the two ends. The cardboard tube is, of course, the fallback for all of this. And then just shrink wrap, I think, would be a little bit too sloppy. And also it would restrict around the LED body. But I could use UV glue. Okay, hold on. We're getting back up. Can you use a bottle cap? It's too big. Too big. We don't have a ton of space. I guess that's most of the decision force around here, is that we just don't have a ton of space to build this in. But if I'm using UV glue, this will help. And then let me get the UV glue out. That's over here. Yeah. Do I have a syringe of UV glue that has not already gone off? That's cock. They would typically say do this with epoxy, but UV glue sets so much faster that I think it'll be pretty good for this application. Excuse me. What are you? Oh, you're dielectric grease. What does that say? Something. Anyway, UV glue. I keep it in this big bag. And then because I have diabetes, I constantly get sent syringes in order to refill reservoirs on insulin pumps. So I've got this big archive of a particular size of syringe. So we're going to get one of those. I got to go over to where I keep my diabetes supplies. Into the big bin. And okay, this one was actually for a different purpose, but it's the same size. So we'll just have to take the needle off of this one. Oh, ad break. That looks so crunchy. I love it. Look at how crunchy that is. Woo. Ends in 2 minutes. So I could have like a 3-minute countdown timer that also activates as a scene. That might be a good thing to have too. I mean, I think I can turn the thing into a countdown timer, can't I? How does that work in OBS? Oh, let me go to studio mode and take a look real quick. Let's see, go to frameless. Let's see. Game capture, image, slideshow, media, scene, shadow, stroke, text, video capture, VLC, window capture, group, and depreciated. Application audio, ASIO, browser. I guess I could have it open a browser with a countdown, but I think alternatively, I can probably get a timer plugin for OBS. You can also send stuff to OBS. Maybe I could finally crack the egg of figuring out how to send a text overlay. So we need a couple of things. I'm going to load this thing up with UV glue. And in 50 seconds, the ad break overlay thing will go away. Oh no, what happened to this? Ugh. Oh. Man, what'd you do in here? What did I miss? Why are you so sloppy and disgusting? This is for like nail polish and stuff, but the lure lock fits right over the end. 30 seconds till the ad breaks are done. Draw my little bit of, I'm gonna need like 1/8 of this, but we'll draw a little bit of it. Oh, it's all bubbly. I guess that's enough. I hate UV glue. I don't like it at all. 9, 8. Okay, and then I need a tip for this, so I'm just going to grab one of the generic ones. Now, supposedly they're back from the ad break, but this hasn't... There it goes. Ah! Cool. Yeah, see, so that's how that Node Red stuff works. I'm able to spool up a very quick overlay activation based on stuff that's happening on Twitch. Pretty cool. All right, so ad breakers, we filled a syringe, one of the generic lure lock, 30 milliliter syringes with a bunch of ultraviolet glue. The ultraviolet glue is optically clear. It's going to kind of ruin the lens on the LED. So I'm wondering what might happen there. I guess it's got a diffusion coating on it. It's not like a, but the diffusion coating might be canceled by this, and the lensing effect might be canceled by it. There will still be a lot of light coming out of the front. I don't know if I'm about to build something that's completely unviable or not. I'm going to use my little duck hangers in order to hold this thing up in the air, and then we're just going to solder together our own little Vactrol. I'll hit it with ultraviolet glue. We take it out and put a sleeve of shrink wrap over it. Bob's your uncle. So in addition to the ultraviolet glue, I have a very strong ultraviolet source. I'm not sure if this thing is broken because it really doesn't seem like this is letting out that much ultraviolet. It's got a pretty big filter on the LED, so I have to assume it's optically pretty clear, but I don't really have a good way to measure the amount of light coming out of this, and I don't know how sensitive my cameras are. Now that I've got the UV glue out, apparently I've gotten it all over my hands, and so now my hands feel weird. I really dislike this, especially when you're 3D printing and your hands feel all weird. Yeah. I don't even have an Uncle Bob. You do now. Now you do. Sorry. So, one of these. Where's my two? There. Two of these. I should like make an extra one. Just so I have them. Because like a lot of these filters, I think some of these other ones use Vactrols as well. Look for that weird ass symbol that they use on Vactrols. There it is. This one uses a singular Vactrol. Yeah, I think that's what that is. Very small. Anode and cathode, A and K. Yep, there it is. Oh, and we're not going to know which pin is which. We can only know by the length because we won't be able to see the back of the LED. So I'm going to have to mark whatever I put in here. What up, DGA? Oh, I got an Uncle Bob. Oh, sweet. Hey, that's handy. Thanks. I guess before I build the dual one, we'll make the single Vactrol. Vactrol. But then I need to block off the light from the other side of it too. These are fairly easy to make. I'm just taking out all the stops here and trying to make like a super professional one, because I always try to do everything super extra on this stream. I should block this from light. I need something to go around this. Hold on, I'm going to take a bit of gaffer's tape. Now, gaffer's is pretty good at blocking light, but I don't trust it in the long run to block out light from my electronics, because I think it'll probably get all manky and old. Kind of the same way that duct tape gets all manky and old. But I'm going to use it right now in order to block off our UV syringe, so I don't have to worry about this thing going off in the time it takes me to position everybody. Oh, instead of 12-hour shift of customer support chats listening to nothing but that song on repeat. The Trollolo one with the guy walking around. Dude, that sounds like Geneva Convention level torture. I'm manky and old, but I'm not transparent yet. Listen, the manky old stuff, old duct tape is like a trigger. Oh yeah, no, that's because I assigned that. Okay, never mind. Old duct tape is one of my least favorite things to clean up after. So I don't use old duct tape and old electrical tape. I do not use electrical tape on any of my projects. I hate that stuff. I really dislike that stuff very strongly. Now, using the body of the syringe is something that I kind of want to do for the single Vactrol. So let's get the syringe that I just used at the beginning of stream to inject myself with insulin right here. And we can use this syringe as our Vactrol body. It's the entire shit. Huh? I'm immune to torture of the mind. Yeah, you probably are. We once played Soul Calibur, I think 3 or 2, at my old apartment in the city. And we had a challenge that our buddy Paul was going to play as Berserker. Paul was one of the better Soul Calibur players. We were a little bit busted in the head because we got really good at that game. I was decent. I learned a move with Cervantes where you do the spiral at him and then you uppercut, catch him on the gun and throw him diagonally. And I did it to Paul, which is an achievement because I threw him out of the ring by doing that move. Everybody else then learned exactly how to block it and I was completely nerfed, but I practiced. Anyway, so Soul Calibur, you know what? I can probably just cut this with a knife. I was going to use a big saw on it, but I don't think I need to. We set it up so that we had speakers going with Berserker from, it was Clerks, wasn't it? Playing on repeat. We could not stop playing it until someone defeated Paul. It took a while, and we were all going insane the entire time. So I do know that level of psychological torture of same song over and over and over. There's a little bit of insulin in the chamber still. I see little drips. Okay, I gotta be careful because there's actually a syringe there. Whew, that was exciting. Where'd it go? Okay, I'll get that later. I'll get that one later. That doesn't even fit in here. Well, actually, what I can do is get it to perfectly cover the LDR by distance. Just means your trains aren't going to be diabetic. Wait, what do you mean? Do you ever play Red Alert on PS1 via link cable versus your friends? No. That's very specific, and no. Those games we played on the computer where they were meant to be played. Probably could use like a pipe cutter on this. Yeah, it's probably just easier to use. Well, I don't know if I can use the knife because I need to make a really small piece. So I probably am best getting the big saw, the big payback. This thing is crazy at cutting plastic. Gonad used his the other day, and I was like, wait, I don't have a saw like that. I need one of those. You got to be careful because these things will really hurt you. They're super sharp, which is why I want to cut that end off, and now I can use it in the vise without risking life and limb. Got to jank it up. In rural Norway, where computers were something the school had one of. Oh, yeah, I've heard of Norwegian stories of breaking into the computer lab for multiple nights of computer gaming. That StarCraft satellite copy install was amazing because we had whole computer labs playing. It looks so harmless. Yeah, I know. It will make a biological mess out of me if I let it. If I let it touch me inappropriately, this thing will definitely leave behind meat and not human anymore. Excuse me, why did you fart in my lab? You came into my lab and you went, and then you left. Yeah, we did a couple computer lab lands. Our art teacher was really good at Quake 2. Or it might have just been, no, it was definitely Quake 2 because there were a little bit of graphics there. Does the LED even fit? I think the LED exclusively fits. Yeah. And then we'll put a little cap on that once we shrink wrap it. And I need to see what the distance is for this to optically spread out. Just do this. Oh, I need to chamfer. Chamfer. If I put this in an electric drill, I probably could get it to be perfectly flat using the knife. But I guess I don't want to be that crazy about it. We don't need to be that crazy. We can be a little crazy, just not that crazy. We can be a little crazy. You can do a little crazy from you guys? It's fine. Yeah, I've been cutting all kinds of stuff with that saw, so I think it's pretty dull now, but I even cut 2020 aluminum extrusion using it. And it does get through, but I think the aluminum probably dulls the blade a little bit because it's so soft. You can kind of clog stuff like that with aluminum. This is like the worst edge. I can't do anything about this stupid edge. All right, whatever. We're going to use the gradients of the syringe to tell us when the beam is at its maximum. The beam of light. Of light. I could also do this with a surface mount LED. I've got plenty of very bright surface mount oranges, but I guess we'll just stick with through hole because it's easy. Blah, whatever. All right, so which one is the toilet bowl? Can't tell. Just try them. There we go. I can't see shit, Captain. Lights off. And this one. Yeah. Okay, no more light. Nobody can see a thing. I can't see anything. So, I mean, we're kind of maxed out. This is way out of focus. Hold on. I need some light. How is it bright and dark at the same time? It's called webcams. That's weird. So the body of the LED we're mostly seeing, but it looks like, I mean, like a millimeter or so. I think before the next gradient marking, we've got. Yeah, these webcams are constantly adjusting their brightness in order to keep the colors in balance and everything. So looking at how bright the orange LED is, it's like, yeah. But anyway, it does look like it's hitting the walls all the way up to here. So we get sort of like a brightness corona all the way up to here. So we only need a couple millimeters of grading. So maybe I cut it at the 15, and that's where we put our LDR, and then the light will have a chance to spread out. I keep the air gap. We're not using UV glue. UV glue is going to break the lens. We're actually catering for the lens. By lens, I mean literally just the body of the LED is designed as a lens to enhance it. You can see, well, you can't really see the chip because it's all diffused, which is a shame. I wanted to use an undiffused orange. I just don't have any. He's occupying 2 time zones. I'm straddling the line. This lens allows for magnification of that LED and makes it, you know, brighter and crisp and all that stuff. So I guess what we can do is leave the air gap in this. I'll cut it at the 15. Our LDR, I can glue it. I think we'll shrink wrap it. I'm going to avoid using the glue on this one. I think the next one we build is going to have to use the glue. I wonder if I'll use this as the next one we build, because that seems to be the right distance. But if we put 2 LDRs in this, I feel like I need something square. Little diode Rupert. What? You're making stuff up. How dare you? Okay, yeah, so it was either that tube or this tube, and I think that tube's going to be a little bit more elegant with a piece of shrink wrap around it. This was a nice clean opening. This one really turned out bad, but let's linish it back to the 10 mark, and then I'll cut at the 15 mark, and that'll be our distance. I could get like a pipe cutter over here, but everything is made up. That's true. Well, bother, you know, everything is made up. I need like to put a 2020 rail arm on this and have like a linear bearing on it so that my cuts are perfect. That would be kind of neat. It would be way too much. It'd be way too much. I had one of those miniature chop saws. The little mini rotary saw. And that did really well, but it was loud. They used a timing belt on it instead of just like a belt. It had a timing belt, which means there were it was like rough. If I put this in a drill and spun it while I did this, that would also give me a perfect cut. This is kind of a waxy medical plastic, so it doesn't seem like it gets cut away very much. But here we go, now we're starting in. The saw just glides through and threatens to injure you at every turn. An electric bread knife, those ultrasonic knives, I've wanted to make one for so long. They're so expensive to buy one outright, but I wish I could I wish I had the budget to buy one outright, because they would be kind of cool. I don't know if they would be very effective, but they would allow me to cut straight through something like this, I think. And cut into the insulin pumps, too. 80s style reciprocating? Oh, that's a different, yeah. Uo tried to build an ultrasonic knife and didn't really have very much luck. Man, I did that. Did you ever do that thing where your saliva glands start to hurt? I did that in the right side of my mouth. Saliva glands like hurting. Uo's ultrasonic knife was complete ass. Yes. a lot of Uo's projects are like that. But he did get it done in a day, which I cannot do. I just can't. I can't get the project done in a day. It just doesn't work with bother. Bother, don't play that. Why is my cut crooked? Why would you do this to me? We had an electric turkey knife in the 90s. I bought one of those for cutting up foam. I ended up cutting up all like my old mattress with it into chunks. And it actually overheated and melted some of the interior plastic stuff. Making this out of a syringe because we can, right? Because it's hardcore. Yeah, that Vactrol's been inside of me. What? Why are you talking to me on the bus? What did you just say? You know, I think cutting with the knife and rolling this on the table would have been a better way to do it. I think I might have gotten like a really crisp cut by just rolling it. Although my fingers are like cramping up, so. I wonder if just a heated wire would work well. I think it would pull the plastic with it, and so you'd have like a booger coming off of it. If I heated up a knife and just went straight forward, it could probably cut through, but it would also distort the plastic with all the heat transfer that would go on. Yeah, these are crooked. Damn it! I was making some nice, clean cuts, but no. Where'd the rest of my syringe go? It's in here. I don't know. Let's see if we can come up with a good method to actually get a cut across this fucking thing that's not crooked. I have a smaller pipe cutter. Oh, but I can't get to it. I can't get to it because it's back there. It's in all this crap. This, like an electric sander, yeah, that would do it. It's a precisely calculated crooked angle. It maximizes the surface area that the LED is going to be illuminating. It's like, this is a really good sized tube too. I'm going to try rolling. That's a good trick. Maybe I'd just say "fuck it" and use the drill. Piss on this. Man, those early seasons of Game of Thrones were so much better. With Big Bobby B. Baratheon. Baratheon. When you know that George R. R. Martin was into football, it recontextualizes every single character in those series of books. Everything is football with GRM. This is kind of working. I know you can't see anything happening here, and it seems to be threatening to cut my fingers off, but I am getting a score on this, and it does appear to be winning. Are you winning, son? It's not crooked. It's a miter fit for stability, says Woodworking Tomatolicious. Dremel blade. I don't know if I have one of those. I got the Dremel and all that stuff, but the wheel is probably not the best way to do this. I want a nice clean round, like lathe. I need a lathe cut. And so in the tools in my disposal, I don't have a lathe, but I do have a hand drill, and a hand drill could probably, once shucked up, I could probably get it to spin pretty nicely and get the blade to lay down on the spinning piece of plastic. And that may give me a nice clean flat cut. Instead of using a lathe, I am using a roll it across the table, and that appears to have done something similar, although not as quickly repeated as a cut from a machine. But I will eventually win this battle as I inch my way through the plastic. I could probably right now just score it off. Let's see. This is a softer medical plastic, though. I've got a pretty deep score there, but I'm afraid if I do, if I work it a little bit, it might actually pop off, but it might pop off uneven. So I'm gonna try to cut it the rest of the way using the knife. I think I'm getting close, but that knife is digging into me. It's fighting back. Not quite yet. This is taking a lot of time and effort because I've never done this before. I've never done it before. That's why it's taking so much time and effort. Vac trolls should be really easy to build. You just shrink wrap over it. That's probably what I should have done here. I wanted to give it a... Yeah, what's up, Brian Labs? I wanted to give it something special. Make it like a special bother thing. There we go. So I used a syringe. And now we're trying to get a nice flat end on this thing. So I can push the LDR up against it, and then shrink wrap can hold it the rest of the way. Oh, that's not working. I don't really necessarily want to file it. Is this flat? I really need to file on this, but it doesn't look very flat. Looks a little crooked. I haven't managed to do the very simple task today of just building a Vactrol. And my title is so ambitious. My title's like, let's go through all the modules and figure out what I need to order. Nope, we're going to spend the whole stream building a Vactrol, which is a made-up device. It's just a photoresistor taped to an LED, tempered by our ambition. Why is this not meeting up with itself again? What? Must have been crooked as hell. Oh my God. I beg for the saw. Bring back the saw and the uneven part. Yeah, this is not cutting enough. Heat and squish. That's going to squish the whole thing. It'll squish the whole thing. I don't think that'll be good. I disagree with the whole introducing heat into this thing. You know, I have a hot knife, but it's for larger stuff. This is very small. And this would actually probably just score off as it is. Oh, I need pliers to do that. Which I have. Every invention is a made-up device. Yeah, but I mean, who came up with Vactrol? Oh, I shattered the whole thing. Wait a minute. No! It crumbles before me! My ambitions! Shit. All right. Well, let's just flatten this one then. Let's just flatten the one that we were using before. It's not that great. It is very crooked, though. It's very trapezoidal. The saw. What's up, Ashriel? The saw guaranteed that. Ashrail on that platform, and I don't know what else. I don't know what to call anybody anymore. We had Big John in here, and Big John is just John, but his screen name is Big John. So do we call him Big John? I don't know. Okay, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. We're just gonna. I wanted the hardcore cred of having my Vactrol, which I hate the word, but it is essentially an optical resistor taped to an LED. I wanted it to use one of my own syringes that I began the stream injecting myself with insulin through. And it looks out of focus. Freeze and rupture. No. What we got it. We got there. I mean, this is fine. It is a little bit crooked. Look at how crooked that is. That's really bugging me. My mic is over. Okay, one sec. How dat? That might do a little better. I'm also looking down when I'm talking, so that might be the reason. This is a little bit low. I could get it up into the beard. You guys have Beardo Soundo Vision. You are listening to me while crouching right under me. The audio is as if I came over your head and rested my beard upon your forehead. Shrink wrap. Oh yeah, that's down here. I don't think we should be using any of the fun colors of the shrink wrap. I think we need maximum light blockage. A Vactrol is a troll with a vacuum. Yeah, it's very well kept. The Scruffle Muffle. You know, sometimes you have a stream and the emphasis is that all words are made up. Sometimes you believe there should be regulation behind those words that are all made up. I don't have the... Oh, hold on, let me get the other kit. I have another kit. Still overmodulated? I'm talking kind of loudly, but I mean, I don't think I need to turn that down. Are you sure it's not something on your end of the... I'm getting one guide by one guy that I trust. I do trust Ryan Labs to not, be silly with the audio stuff. But I do question because my setup appears to be fine. I am being a little louder than usual, just because I've forgotten that there are other people in the house, and so I'm being naturally a little bit more theater voiced, because you do need to do a theater voice when you stream. You need to do theater voice. Oh, let me get the glue gun while we're over here. The glue gun. I got the glue gun. Locked and loaded with this weird new glue gun that I have. It's battery powered. This thing you're building is a very mysterious and powerful device. Whose mystery is only exceeded by its power. It's called a Vactrol. It's called a Vactrol, and it's like $5 to get one. So I'm gonna build it myself because I'm cheap. Okay, where's my other thing of shrink wrap? Hold on, I have 2 cases of shrink wrap because I just oh, here it is. It's right at the top of the drawer. I just reordered the whole set of parts instead of bothering with. It's peaking a tiny bit, but not that noticeable. Okay, let me move it on my clip. Hopefully that isn't as peaky as it was before. I could also touch the knob over here and kind of lower myself a tiny bit. The compensator over up to, there's nothing called a compensator on the mic. Compressor? But the compressor shouldn't be an issue. I can touch that down a little bit, and that's not very much, but now we're not getting above peak line. I do see a red line in the red, so now I think it might be a little better. That's weird, because that's like barely below the line over there. I guess road 2 I have up all the way, and I could sneak that down a bit too. This is Julian coming in here and saying, oh, you don't need everything to be 100%. There, okay, so now it's gonna be much harder for me. When I'm talking loudly, I'm in yellow, the lower part of the yellow. Adjust the gain on the turbo, jiggle the intercooler on the gubbins. Oh, I gotta get the gubbins. All the gubbins. All the good gubbins, love. Oh, that knob is extremely loose, which is something that I said over the weekend. It's a nice night out. No, no! Shit! Blue LEDs everywhere, no! No! I put that there so I wouldn't do that. These are kind of getting old. These are like yellow lensed surface mount blue LEDs that I just happen to have 10,000 of. Oh man, that's going to be annoying to get back in. Yeah. They've been in the drawer for years and years, and then the little hook on this thing broke, and so that's just sitting open, and I moved it so that I could get in here so that I could put a finger on that and tighten my knob on camera. Yeah, keeping them in the reel would have been a better idea. Put them in the dishwasher. I mean, they're not dirty. The lenses are, I think, originally kind of yellowish, but I use them in a lot of like indicator stuff when I need like an indicator for something on like a breadboard, things like that. That'll do. Take it out to here. The compressor got a bit confused when you were filing and cutting with the saw. It seemed pretty quiet, but I must have bumped something. Bump, 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 bump it up. If only I had a little 2-pin plastic cap that could go over either end and block light. Some of this like nylon. Dishwasher. By all means, I should glue these, but I think what's going to happen is the shrink wrap is going to curl around the end, and it'll give me a perfect little hold on this. Beautiful! It looks just like a Vactrol. There's really nothing to it. Oh, one of the tools that I have not batteryized is the one we're about to use. We were going to use UV glue on this, and my thought about UV glue is that it'll destroy the lensing that's going on, and the lens is kind of nice to focus all that light directly onto the LDR. So I need to run the giant power cable over here on all the mess, all the nasty stuff over here. Yeah, here we go. Jeez. I gotta clean up around here. So get the 3D print away from this. All these blue LEDs. Oh, my blue LEDs. Okay. So let's shrink this wrap. Hold on, let's get this stuff out of the way. And I'll show you guys on the microscope because it'll look cooler. Jeez, got the UV activator, got the UV glue. We didn't use any of that stuff. You got an Ozempic pen over there. Got everything. All right, that doesn't look very well aligned. Let's check under the hood here. Yeah, I was hoping that would pull in, but let's try to, I'm gonna try to get this so that it's grippied. This one is really loose. These kind of loosen up as you use them, and you gotta grab them with the wire strippers in order to tighten them up again. Luckily, you can grab the sides of that Phillips head, but it really shouldn't be a Phillips head in this. It should be like a hex bolt, because then you could grab it from the sides and tighten it up with your hands. With your hands. The crookedness is going to forever bother me, but as long as I can get these to touch. We're touching tips over here. Trying to get these to like solidly grip these leads. Maybe I could just put this in a vise or something. Where is this? What's going on? Oh, this whole thing is, my LDR is crooked as well. I need you to be flat as hell. Yeah, like if I want to keep that angle, I can butt these up against each other. Oh, this is going to be hell. This is, remember how I hate grippy hands? Why are you not going? Ugh. Gross, gross. Maybe this will do. I mean, if I really wanted to, I would do an overrun of the shrink wrap, and then I could like pinch it on either side. But I think what I'm going to do is try to inject a little bit of hot glue in there. That, my friends, is a vac troll. I probably could have pushed the shrink wrap over a little bit to even it out. It would have looked cooler. And of course, if I had actually cut the syringe wall properly, it would have looked even more professional. Now, what I need to do is I need to inject a little bit of hot glue into the ends. And of course, it would have been nice if I had shrink wrap that had a marker on it for the positive and negative leads of the LED. We're going to keep them uncut for now. So this is the way we're going to actually be able to tell, which fills me with trepidation. I dislike that method of determining what the leads are for the anode and cathode. But once we squidge a little bit of hot glue into the ends of these, then we can put like a white out marker or scrape, like a minus on it. So let's get this thing up to temperature. So the only thing that, oh bother, really added to this whole thing was checking where the lens of the LED was spreading out to the point where it actually covered the entire body of the LDR. Is that a necessary thing to do? No. Is it going to enhance this in any way? Probably no, but I had to try it. I had to try it. And also we're using an orange LED, which apparently is pretty good for this. All right, so this thing has a little switch on it. There we go. Big red light on the bottom. The question is, when is this going to get up to temperature? This is a slightly different formulation for hot glue. It's not as easy to work with. It's a little stickier, a little rubberier, and it also is optically not transparent. Epoxy probably would have been a better idea. If I had ultraviolet epoxy that was light blocking, I could probably have done a very neat job of squishing it in. The thing about hot glue is that it's hot. So if I squidge it into these holes here, it is going to work its way, well, it's going to be harder to get into the holes because it's going to be shrinking the shrink wrap as it goes. So I'm going to try to squidge it in, but This is going to be a messy process. And I got to make sure this thing is up to temperature so that I have time to work with the hot glue. Please, please. How's YouTube been doing? You guys over in YouTube land? What do you need a Vactrol for? I need two for two different circuits. One of them is for this nonlinear circuits. What is it? Low pass gate. So that's one filter, is this low pass gate or filter or whatever. And the other one is for another nonlinear circuits. One of the other ones here might use a Vactrol. I'm not sure about it, but I know that this one uses a single Vactrol. I forget what this one is. I think this one is like an Echo. I gotta go. Bye. Have a good day. Hey, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. Go. Go. Do the hot glue thing. Do the hustle. What is this thing? Sucks. How much battery life do we have? Plenty of battery life. On a real DeWalt? Yes, it is, because those are yellow. Or these are yellow, yeah, not green. The ones I bought ones that are green. They have green LEDs on them, and the cell looks like it's totally authentic. It has a QR code and everything, but they suck. They say that they're, you know, a certain number of amp hours, but they can't take high current applications. So I don't know if and they have green LEDs in the indicator. So I don't know if they're genuine or not. They might be genuine, but they suck. I don't know what happened, DeWalt. Get your shit together, you know? Paying a premium for this stuff. This is still not hot enough. Hot melt glue gun. Competitia Europeni. DC 18 to 20 volts max. Made in China. From not DeWalt. This is like a couple bucks. Oh, here we go. I gotta wait for it to get a little hotter than this. This is still, we're still not there yet. Just need a couple more BTUs on that. And then I gotta figure out how I'm gonna actually be able to control the hot glue, because it's not exactly coming out of a syringe tip here. I wonder if I could use one of my syringe tips with it. I think maybe just hitting it with the blob and then cleaning it up afterwards. Here we go. Squish it from both sides. Ouch. Finger, ouch. That actually worked pretty well. Excuse me, my mouth is extremely dry. I do not know why. Probably because high glucose level. And then before it cools. Oh God, what a bad time for that. Also, if you hit it with the shrink wrap, or sorry, the hot glue first, the shrink wrap will squish it out of the end. But I didn't want to risk the shrink wrap not fitting around and pulling everything together. Someone recently cracked that protocol, and you can now build little ESP32 base devices that'll read all the info from the DeWalt battery packs. Whoa! Oh, I want that now. Do you have like a Hackaday article or something? Nope, that's not moving. Do the hustle. Sorry. Song that I don't even know, stuck in my head. All right, we have made Vactrol. I've said that word so many times today that I don't think it's not quite reached semantic satiation, but it is getting damn close. So that's one Vactrol, and I have no way to test it. Well, I can hook it up to stuff. Where's my mouse? Its vision is based on movement. There it is. Nice desk, thanks. It's everything I own. That's a little sloppy. Trying to be real professional. If I had some kind of like an epoxy, then it would probably look a little better. It's Milwaukee. Ah, no. Milwaukee. They're using different protocols, I assume. So we have an LDR on the end with light blocking hot glue, and then we have an LED on the other end with light blocking hot glue, and they are separated by 10 cc's, 10 cubic centimeters of former insulin syringe that I used to inject myself at the beginning of today. Resistive optical isolator, but then I say iso-optilator by mistake, and somebody changes their Twitch name to match. Ask me how I know. All right, the long lead is which one? Long lead is the cathode, because the toilet bowl is minus. So we mark this side, and I'm going to use a little bit of a white marker that I have. What do we got? Let's see. I need shrink wrap with a stripe down it. That would have been perfect for this. But I do have a marker here. This is sweaty work we're doing. Yeah, so it's it is technically it's an optocoupler, it's an opto-isolator. See, I did it. I did it. It's an optical isolator, an opto-isolator. What this is called in the Eurorack realm is a Vactrol. What it is a light-dependent resistor, a photoresistor that has been coupled to an LED, and in our case it's an orange LED because orange has one of the best responses for a light-dependent resistor. It's the components of sunlight. If you look through the data sheets, you can see what frequencies they respond to. You could probably make a custom LED that had the exact frequencies that these things are supposed to respond to and make like a crazy, I don't even know what the result would be. Our idea on stream today, because this is kind of a flat, large object, it would be really cool if I could get one of those RGB LEDs, plug that into this, and just use, I could just use ultraviolet epoxy on it to make an optical seal around it, and then you would be able to adjust the RGB LED in order to get the right frequencies to set this thing off. Although I don't know, RGB mixing doesn't necessarily get you the frequencies, does it? It gets you an amalgamation of frequencies. I don't know if you could get the frequencies. I don't know. That would be an interesting thing. But anyway, I'm going to put a white stripe on the negative lead, which is the long lead. So there we go. So now if this thing finds its life in another device, I will be able to remove it and put it back in and know which one the anode and cathode is. Of course, nonlinear circuits spells cathode with a K. I don't know why. But this one goes into this circuit, and it's too big. We made it too big. Oh no, chat, we screwed up. It's too big. And this has a surface mount part right there. All right, let's try again. This time we'll make it appropriately sized. Yeah, that's not going to fit. So some other circuit that uses one of these couplers will get this one. This one, unfortunately, is way too big. We got to make one that fits in here. I got a couple ideas, but I know I could have it standing up and bend the pins over top, but I would rather just put this into my bin of potential future applications. That's okay, we'll try again. Let's try again. Yeah, this needs to be ridiculously small, doesn't it? So in terms of orange LEDs that are ridiculously small, I mean, I have surface mount adapters, but I don't think those will really do what we want. Because, like, how big is this? I had a couple of these cut up, and I don't know where the little cut up pieces are. I'm just kind of judging. Oh, hello. I don't have a surface mount photoresistor, but that would be the perfect size. That would have been the perfect size to just put two little surface mount parts that are facing right next to each other. What's the best bin? Which bin are we talking about? The glue bin? So this would have been cool. These line up to the pins, and so if I cut out a pair of these and I had a surface mount photodiode that I could put in the one thing and then put an orange LED in the other. Oh yeah, the parts bin is always full of crazy stuff. That would have been neat. Doesn't work though. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. I mean, like, getting leads onto a surface mount part is kind of difficult. I was just kind of thinking, thinking. Because actually that would fit a surface mount orange. And I could just put this on top of it. Does this board... Oh, we got an ad break. Sorry. I don't have my audio cue to do that, so I'm not going to do anything that requires smarts yet. We'll just wait this one out. We just kind of wait out the ad breaks. The YouTube viewers don't see the ad breaks, but I put together a Node-RED flow that gets the frameless overlay scene ID and then turns it into a command that goes into the OBS set scene command. It seems very complicated. The only reason that I do this is because for some reason the OBS plugin that I have that uses the WebSockets to activate and deactivate things has to have that ID number associated with it. And if I move the scenes, the sources rather, in the scenes, they can have different ID numbers suddenly. So I made a flow that'll check the ID number and create a command. I probably need to turn that into its own like black box, right? Probably need to turn that into something else. So we've got a couple minutes here, probably 2, before the ads expire. I need to make my Node-RED control OBS too. I think I need to reinstall it first. Yeah, and man, if I had to get this all working from nothing again, I would probably struggle. I don't know if I would remember all of the different things that I did in order to get this all running. There was quite a bit. Oh wow, we've had no activity today. It's been a quiet Friday. How's everybody else's Friday going? I've kind of lost myself in this level of engineering. I enjoy doing this kind of stuff immensely. This is really fun for me because we just get to kind of play around. We get to invent ways to do things. And Vactrols are one of those, you know, Billy's first electronic circuit kind of project things. You know, you see people taking these photodiodes and like melting them into plastic cases all over the place, which Gonad has kind of done too in order to get light levels in a room. They're not fast, but they are kind of fascinating with what they do. I mean, they're a light detector. There's a lot of Minecraft circuits revolve around this sort of thing. I'm going to take a big drink of water because if I don't do that, my voice is going to frickin' explode. I'm starting to feel the... Oh, there it goes. No more PCBs to fix, so I'm bored. These ideas are awesome. Thank you, unethical clown. I was watching Bucklington last night, and he was on that big server with everybody playing Zomboid, and he was a clown, and it turned into the most tragic fucking clown story. Oh, it's great. Zomboid that's come a long way. I remember really not liking Zomboid when I first saw it, because I was sort of in the midst of the push for zombie games back in the 2010s. Oh, everybody's back. Oh, wait, not yet. There we go. Now everybody's back. How's everybody doing? Welcome back from the ad break. I was talking about random bullshit during the ad break, so if you guys want to hear that, you can sub, or you can turbo, or you can go to YouTube. I don't know what. Twitch does this to us streamers. There's a couple of people that I know that hate advertisements. I'm one of them. I run mid-roll ads so that I get discoverability. It seems to have really hurt my regular numbers. We've got 36 people watching. Usually we're at like 40. But I did it so that more people can discover the stream because things were kind of plateauing. You know, you're watching a washed out streamer continue to spin the wheels until perpetuity. Anyway, what we're trying to do is we're trying to build something called a Vactrol, and there's lots of different ways to do it. I'm trying to do it my own special little way because I'm a special little streamer. But we've decided to use a 3mm orange LED and a photoresistor. Now, I tried to put the body of a syringe in it to space them out a little bit so that we would get maximum light into the photoresistor. If I call it a photodiode, that's wrong. It's a photoresistor. I was just trying to use the body of a syringe to couple these two things together. I thought it was really clever. It looks like a professional product. It's too big. This is too big for the application of this board. This one requires a dual Vactrol. I'm not sure if I want to incorporate 2 LEDs into the dual Vactrol. I might not get enough brightness out of the one, but if I have 2 LEDs, then they could definitely be pointed directly at the thing. Let me look at some options here. I've got some cut pieces of this thing with all of its little things down there, and see if we can't invent a way to make it smaller, perhaps using surface mount. Try to like unpack some of this stuff back here. The UV glue, I'm still on the fence. We might actually end up using it. So I'm going to put this aside where it's dark so it doesn't get exposed to a bunch of UV from all of my lights. I had a couple little cut pieces of that circuit board, but I think I threw them out. I'm starting to think I threw them out. So I may have to cut new ones. This is the switch for this thing. I need to keep that together. Yeah, pieces of keyboard stuff. It's just things that have been left behind. That actually might fit for the 3-pin. Hold on a sec. We could make it a big sandwich of stuff. Well, the problem is I don't have surface mount photoresistors. Yeah, that would be for the 3-pin one. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, never mind. The 3-pin one can just be constructed in air. So let me see here. What's up, SD Destroyer? S Destroyer, there we go. We got there eventually. S Destroyer. I think the best thing that I can do with a dual LED LDR is just have them next to each other. There's just no way to get around that. That just makes such a big surface that we need to activate. It's Oh Bother VOD. Oh Bother VOD, which is where the hell, where's my link? Backup stream server URL, dual stream enable. Man, you know, they don't really give me the ability to get my URL from here. Concurrent viewers too. Oh my God. That's so weird. Like, you know, people find, thousands of people find these streamers on things like YouTube, and people, you know, appear out of nowhere. I think maybe I soured the algorithm against my streams, or maybe I need to do shorts. Maybe I need to do short streams, stream on shorts. Jeez, that's hard. To get any kind of, but then like shorts is supposed to be more personal. So I don't know, man. I think it's at Oh Bother VOD. Hold on, let me just open it up over here. You found it? You hold on, let me link it. That's the original. Burn the subs. Live stream modular synthesizer, but every time there's an ad break, it resets. That actually is, that one came up in Google pretty nicely, huh? Hold on. I'll get there. I'll get there. Yeah, okay, there it is. Thank you. I was trying. I just got it. Here's the non-mobile link. I do not know what would make this actually a popular stream. Was gonna watch, but way too much yapping. Swipe. Motherfucker. What kind of piano do you play? I played high school piano. I'm responding to YouTube comments. So glad I found your channel. I was wondering if I could recalibrate my 2.0, 3.0. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's the actual, that was that person that came in that was really excited about that stream about the bug assault. Apparently there's like no information about the bug assault anywhere, and I decided to buy one. I love this one though. Was gonna watch, but way too much yapping. This is why I put live stream on the titles now. That's the exact reason why I put live stream on the YouTube titles, because YouTube is full of special individuals who I'm happy to have on the stream, but I just have to make sure. I would pin that comment. That's actually a good idea. I think I lost it though. Oh no, it's still here. Oh, it won't let me. Not from here. Maybe I just click on it. Click through. There we go. Thank you for making this. No one else covers the bug assault. See, that's what I'm learning is that apparently this funny toy that I bought and bubbled up to be all accessorized with flashlights and laser sights is apparently wholly unknown by its very rabid fans, and they want to disassemble it and re-oil it and do all that stuff. And I was just fooling around, going, how does this thing work? What does it do? What kind of engineering do we see inside of it? That's what we used to do on Fridays. We used to take stuff apart, and I would pontificate, acting like I was smarter than a professional team of engineers designing a project. It's fun to do that. You can make assumptions, and you can call them inept in any which way you feel like, because they are a bunch of engineers that are locked behind an NDA, and they're probably a lot smarter than you, and they probably built the design in a weekend. But you get to sit there and just be a movie critic. So those were fun. We did that for a while, but I kind of ran out of stuff to take apart. But yeah, it appears that people, these rabid fans, have not found anything about these. I opened mine today, could not get the barrel off. I wanted to force it, simply remove the safety pin and the main trigger spring, and it improved a lot. Safety catch doesn't do anything but get in the way at times. Yeah, when you're trying to get a bug that's flittering around in the air, that safety catch is very annoying. It always reactivates. But you can see this is my entire YouTube channel. The only comments I've gotten are like about the bug assault. Oh no, those are specific to the bug assault. These are the music stuff. What kind of piano do you play? I'm a hobby classical piano, getting into modular. I don't, man. I used to play in high school. I know this is a weird place for me to respond to these, but I don't want to write a comment. I don't want to type a comment. I took piano in high school, and I can kind of walk up to the keys and make things that don't sound awful. That's kind of my level. Modular synthesizer is letting the machine do all of that for you. I kind of want to hook it up to a piano so that I can actually like press a key and then not hear a repeating sound over and over and over again. Other than a swarm of locusts, what kind of bug assault? The bug-a-salt is like a little salt launcher. It's like an air pressure salt launcher that lets you kill flying bugs. That's an important distinction. The flying bugs have their wings shredded by the salt. And if you're outside, you don't really need to clean up the salt because it's just a little bit of salt that's spilled on the ground. If you're inside, you should probably sweep up the salt. You're disgusting. But it just shreds the wings of flying bugs and is fun to kill bugs with because pew pew shooty gun. So I took one apart and apparently it's like my more popular stream. It's still a stream though. I had to be sure to make sure that, you know, people knew that it was a live stream, but apparently that didn't get through to everybody. So these are just for like putting resistors on stuff. And I was going to use these to wire wrap a bunch of resistors into one of my modular setups. This would be for the module tester module. We could maybe use these to make a Vactrol. Yes, some of you guys in here from Uo's lab know each other. It's a little weird. Sometimes engineers don't have that engineer. One time on a video, Uo was shit-talking Ableton and their licensing, and one of the lead engineers showed up in the comments. Oh my God, I can't imagine that. Man, that guy had a meteoric rise. I wish I had a rise like that. For a long time, it was like all these big Twitch people were saying about how Oh Bother was going to blow up any minute now, and it never happened. And sometimes it just doesn't happen to a channel. But man, blowing up to the point where you get that kind of fanfare is crazy. That's crazy. Then you can't talk wise about a lot of stuff. You got to smoke 500 cigarettes. I'm not going to destroy. I'm already at a disadvantage here, man. I got the diabetes. You guys dealt with all that today. I had syringes everywhere. And then eat them. I'm not making toilet ramen. I'm just not. I don't have that in me. I don't got the toilet ramen in me, guys. I'm sorry. How can we make this smaller and a baller and get it a girl in the hood collar? I need an adapter to, because if I use a surface mount LED, I got yellow over there, but I think I have orange somewhere. What are you guys? This might be orange. Let's check. Where are my tweezers? Like a typical Friday, we've gotten distracted time and time again, and ADHD has taken over most of the stream, and it turns out we're really not getting anything done today, so we might as well just play around with hot glue. Ah, my magnet! These are great. I just recently bought them. You do have to, like, tune them up at the beginning because they get kind of loose. Like, this one's all loosey-goosey. These are my geese. These are my gooses. Not Bruce's gooses. I thought for sure working with Red Letter Media would have gotten me more fanfare. It did initially give me a little tiny push into streaming back in like 2016 when I helped them with what they called Project Hornet, which is a left-handed controller. I wasn't 3D printing back then. I didn't have nearly the amount of skills that I have now. I had some skill though, and so I showed them my portfolio and they hired me for this project and they paid me in full. Very nice of them to do. Apparently they couldn't get a manufacturer to build the actual controller itself, but it was Jack and Rich from Red Letter Media, and they sort of hired two of us engineers. The other person did the mechanical engineering, and then I put a bunch of like teensy 3.0s inside of the thing in order to make it into a controller. But yeah. You doing good, Bother? I've kind of been lurking, been doing my work. I haven't had as strong of allergies today, so I'm actually pretty happy. Yeah, I got decent sleep and everything. Oh, this is actually attracting what should be a stainless steel. This is stainless steel. Why is it magneting to the... But yeah, no, I'm doing a little better. Not even sure I want to know about toilet ramen. Not toilet Roman. No, that's different. Roman toilets are totally different. That poor blade. What about the poor blade? I mean, this one is in pretty bad shape. I've been using it as a pointer. The claw blade, and that's like more for biological things than it is for like cutting stuff around here. I guess you could get a pretty decent cut this way, but it's like, I'm more used to the number, whatever this thing is, the number 10A. 10A. These are very, very cheap for the non-sterile version. Scalpels, by the way, are the superior cutting tool. Do not be fooled by X-Acto. X-Acto, the brand, is somehow sort of weaseled their way into all of our cutting implements by having a collet collar that you twist and tighten. Now these are a little bit squirrely because to get them off of here you have to undo this little foot by bending the blade a little bit and then not sliding your finger over to the sharp area, right? That's a little bit extreme, but once you get the blade on, this thing isn't coming loose. It's going to stay completely tight for all of the wavy cuttings that you do or whatever you're doing to your victims. And it won't twist as you twist it. When you twist it, you're putting torque into the handle of the blade, and that can tend to eventually loosen the collet. If you've been actively changing blades on this thing, it'll loosen the collet, and then the blade falls out or it ends up in you. I hate X-Acto knives. These are, you know, just the best. This is the most basic scalpel handle that you can buy. They're cheap. You can buy tens of thousands of blades for very cheap. You can also get this blade, which is the ultimate blade. This one is really cool. It comes from Ingerland, and it is the Swan Morton from Sheffield. Oh, it's from Sheffield. Yeah, and you know, there's a useless ruler on it. It says it's stainless, but it sticks to a magnet, and it's got this giant bullseye grip. Pretty cool. The Swan and Morton was another one of the tools that I saw Flatulent Gonad using and went, hey, wait a minute, I need one of those. So yeah, these are awesome. There are safe tools for pulling the blades. I did not know about them, and I've just simply been risking my bacon every single time because you can push up the end and then just like barely start it working away, and that'll get it. Surgeons use them? Oh, I should look. Yeah, I need like a surgical supply catalog, but all that stuff is really expensive, especially for some of the airline stuff that I want to do. There's like fluid lure lock lines that you could do instead of airlines for the pick and place that I want to build. I'm going to see where I can find these. I got mine from Amazon, but I'm sure there are other suppliers. I get a lot of stuff from Amazon because I'm in Pennsylvania, so I'm practically living on top of a warehouse. I am running out of ideas for vac trolls. I was looking for tweezers because I want to get one of these surface mount LEDs out of here. But I also need to drink liquid because my voice is starting to go. Oh yeah, those surgery scissors. I was thinking about getting some of the ones that have like an extendy thing on them. Didn't I order one? No, I've got it in one of my carts, I think. Whoa, wait a minute. The swipe comment was an hour ago. Jeez. I was live while this person discovered my channel and went, I'm going to leave a comment that says, nope, too talky. Oh my God. What do you expect on the internet? Jeez. That's the whole purpose of this. It's like, I don't like Oh Bother because he works with electronics. Okay. All right, so I found my tweezers. They were sitting behind this giant steel plate that I use. These holders are great, though. They're pretty cheap. I don't know if there's a particular name for them, but if you just look for, like, magnetic PCB holder, and then you also need to look for 4mm or 1/4 inch inner diameter silicon rubber tube. Doesn't stainless stick to magnets? No, it does not. Pure stainless steel does not stick to any type of a magnet. That's why... Okay. This is cheap stainless steel. That's fine, though. It doesn't need to be expensive stainless steel. That's why you can't use an induction cooking top with stainless steel pans. Because it can't... There's no ferric energy... It's non-ferrous. It's non-ferrous. Ooh, we got there. It's non-ferrous, so magnetic fields can't do stuff to it. Steel is ferrous, iron... Fe, ferrous, it's the origin of the word. That can be manipulated or stuck to with magnets. And I'm sure there's a molecular explanation to that all. With the spins of the atoms and stuff like that. Oh, Bother's just an industry plant by the large international money laundering ring commonly known as the Eurorack module community. Ooh, that was a long one, but yes, I'm an industry plant. Actually, Julian is the industry plant that got me to mess with Eurorack stuff. These are lensed. I don't know if I want to use one with a lens. If I use one without a lens, it wouldn't be more direct, would it? But these are lensed. I don't think I have orange in lensed flavor. I think I have unlensed orange, which have a 90-degree dispersal of the light. Oh, I just put that in blue. That's going to be a bad surprise. I'm not going to find that again. There's too many in those bins. Nor does brass. Apparently pure copper neither, but I didn't know about the copper. Yeah, I guess that's why you can drop a magnet into the into a copper tube and have it make all those magnetic lines. I like how I just kind of brush off any kind of semblance of an explanation of that. On a scientific level. We're, by the way, science and technology, by the way. Yeah, we're science educators here. Bother, why does that work? Oh, because it does stuff. It works. Explanation over. I guess I'm a comedy science presenter. Supposedly that's not red. That's in fact orange. Hard to tell with the settings of the camera. It looks a little less red with the Mark 1 eyeballs. Mark 1 eyeballs are the one or two or none. Some of you might be blind, but the eyeballs in your head are Mark 1. We don't really have Mark 2 eyeballs yet. I guess we're maybe getting there. Implant technology getting crazy, right? So the diode tester is a really good way to test LEDs. And there's a little bit of a dark line right there. That's the positive lead. This is a lot smaller than any of the LEDs that we've been dealing with. It is pretty bright. It might get pretty good light into the thing, but like our light dependent resistor is much larger than this little guy. I would almost want to 3D print something that would fit around it and have like a cone inside and be like that big. But then what about leads? If I attach leads to this, it is liable to break almost immediately. So how would I do this? One time I found a medical scrap seller on eBay and he was selling stuff like pneumatic bone saws, damn, and jawbreakers and stuff. It was pretty interesting, but I didn't go buy any of it. I would have saved that seller. That sounds absolutely fascinating. That's cool. Yeah, there's some weird medical stuff, and it's used once. A friend of mine used to do orthopedic stuff, and actually I did too. I was cleared to go in the operating room right up until they fired me from the job. But orthopedic stuff is crazy because they have these packs of screws. And so they'll open this big pack of screws, and then the doctor will observe the patient and go, all right, I should maybe use this one here and this one here. And then they drill and tap your actual bones and put the screws into the bones. And they have all these different custom threads and stuff. And my friend was the, I guess, associated with the dealer of that, is the supplier of that. And so he would go home and have these packs of screws that were just discarded. And he'd be like hanging pictures with like $90 screws. It's crazy. Eddy currents, that's what I was getting at. Yeah. So do I want to put this in my butt? No, where's the LED thing? Oh, I put it away, didn't I? I put it away because I'm dumb. I wonder how pink LEDs do. So I could put that on here and then put this on there and absolutely just slather it up with hot glue. I could slop it up with hot glue. I don't know if that'll be too effective though. One of those into two of these, or I could bend the leads around and put it on the second piece here and just have it like this on top of the resistor and then bend the lead down and over to get to this. That's not how these are organized though. Yeah, this is a delay. I need to buy some of these P2 399s. Wait, do I have one in that weird kit? But this is our vac troll that we're trying to build. I don't know, man. I need like a different orange LED or something. I think I used to have flat orange LEDs. I don't know what happened to them. Where's that big kit of chips? Do we have that PT39 whatever? It's probably a pretty special IC, but I bought like a bunch of these parts, through-hole parts in a kit that were like audio stuff. No, I should be so lucky. What the hell even are these? Oh! It finally happened! It finally happened! I actually have the part in the kit. Oh my god. This is unprecedented in the world of Eurorack synthesizer builds. This is a moment to remember forever. The kit that I bought that had a bunch of bullshit in it actually has the chip that I need in order to build the module. That's amazing. Oh, look at these things. Wait a second. Look at these things, these little sockets. Wait a minute, these might be useful. Hold on a minute. Well, this one doesn't have 3 pins on it. Wait, what is all this crap? There are heat sinks in this one, and then I've got this little like standoff thing. There's some unique stuff in here. Oh, this is a surface mount to through-hole adapter. Oh, what a unique, weird thing. I can't believe I actually found the chip that I need. And it's an echo processing chip. It's actually kind of a neat little chip. This is a kit that I bought on Amazon, like everything else, but this has a bunch of audio amplifier and op amps that you would find in audio designs. I had a lot of trouble finding things like the LM393. This is a really common one. But all of my extra, like, what do you call it? All of my extra op amp stuff was instrumentation instead of audio. If you heat quench non-ferromagnetic stainless, it becomes ferromagnetic. It's really complicated and is not more real than other. Wait, what? I had always learned that the stuff that is magnetic, that is stainless, is cheaper. It's got impurities in it that are causing the ferromagnetic response. But apparently, if you quench it, it becomes ferromagnetic. Oh, and 555s. Is there a 555? Yeah, there is. They always got to put one in. Ugh, go away! I don't like you because you make me do capacitor equations, and then you're stupid. I don't like them. 339 voltage comparator, PWM controllers. This one they don't even explain. It looks like a Darlington transistor array. Oh, 2 Darlington transistor arrays. So these are like more common in audio circuits, and this thing finally came in handy. I am going to eviscerate. I'm going to throw these out. I'm going to pull the pins off of them in front of you, chat. I'm going to pull all the pins off of these and then throw the bodies away like the insects that they are. I hate the I don't like that shit. I always do the calculation wrong. Oh yeah, but this fascinating thing. Look at this. Do it. No, I'm not going to have a bug torture stream. So I've never seen this before, but it's some kind of a surface mount to through-hole adapter. Man, that is putting a lot of torque on your surface mount pads. That's really bad for the surface mount pads. It is pretty fascinating, though. I've never seen anything like it. All right, put this back in the bin. Actually, I'm going to put this in the other bin so I know where it is. I'll put it in the queue for going into the bin. I'm going to put it next to the keyboard. We're getting very distracted, and that's just how these streams are. That's what you get on a Friday. This looks like a slightly wider 2 pins. It's very similar to this thing, except that we don't have to follow instructions on it. And it seems as though that might be the exact spacing for this. It's not. Damn it. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. We failed. I failed you, chat. I failed you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. All right. Well, anyway, that goes back in. Back into this weird... Where did it go? Oh, I lost it. Nope, there it is. I found it. It was under some stuff. Melt it? No, no, no. SMD to dip. Yeah, that's like the wrong direction. We never see that. How did 2 heat sinks get in here? I think they might have included 2 heat sinks for some of the audio amplifiers. The ones that get a little warm. I should remember that those are there. I can't believe I found the right chip. Holy crap. We're going to put those right there. Special spot. That means that I could have a echo module by tonight. If I really work hard. And I'm not going to really work hard because there's a lot of parts in this thing. I think that means that I have everything though. 10U are going to be hard to find, and there's a lot of them in here. 10U are one of the values that goes quickly, and I think I need to order like a bin of them. The 1 UF and the 10 UF. And then 100Ks, 1M. 1M is going to be hard to find. And there's 2 PT 399s. A TL072 I have. All the resistors I should have, and I might be able to do surface mount for those. Vactrols do not exist in surface mount, but it would be kind of cool to make one if I castellate these pins. This is still too... This is an evil size. This is an evil size. Evil size. It would be kind of cool to make the surface mount Vactrol. Ah, my hands are cramping. Welcome to diabetes. Jeez. Stop it. Stop cramping. Stop cramping. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Okay, can I make this out of like a header? If these are, what's the spacing on these? If those are 0.1 inch, I could potentially build this on a header. I'm just trying stupid stuff, chat. This is literally just whatever comes to my mind. To try to sort of make a uniform size for this thing. We're not being smart today. We're just doing stuff. So I could either do it on this stuff. Actually, this is the special stuff. Do it on this stuff. Where is it? Yeah, that does fit. So like 2 pins and then 2 pins, and then I can suspend it across that. And that way, this can go across like that. And maybe we can have a surface mount LED on the other end that is just suspended between the 2 pins. And I'll know what the distance is then. Actually, no, I won't, because I haven't calibrated this. Hold on a sec. Yeah, it's a non sequitur distance. So maybe I can just suspend it and then cover it in hot glue. Let's see here. Let's just see what I'm getting into. None of this stuff would end up in a YouTube video. It would be all the failures. My failure compilation of trying to build a Vactrol, which is a very easy thing to build, and you can just bend the leads over. You don't have to put a piece of syringe in there, and perhaps then it would fit if I just bent the leads. Hold on, let me just double check. No, if you just bend the leads, it would barely fit if these were bunched up against one another and 3mm LEDs. So I think it was destined to never fit. But I think my header idea might actually work. I'm going to try it anyway. So let's get this into a vise and let me solder in the headers. And I'm going to see if I can do surface mount to surface mount. See, it's going to be tough to solder this resistor in because it's like right here. Oh, it is not pin header spaced. It is deceptively smaller. Why everything working against me today? Today, everything work against bother. That doth not fit. It's in a very tiny... Okay, so I'm going to use the round pins. The enroundinated pin headers. See if we've got some offcuts sitting at the bottom of this pin. All the way at the bottom here. Oops, hold on. Yoink. All the way at the bottom. Now I've got tons of these round pin headers. It's just I kind of run out of them often. I do have these specialty ones that are meant for like board standoffs, but I've never found a use for them in a billion years of building things. I could make these into very fancy Vactrol holders by bending them 90 degrees. Nah. I should just find normal headers in here. There's normal round headers. Yeah, here we go. These will do. These will do just fine. Not as tall as the square headers, but... what are you building? So we're working on Eurorack modules, first off. And I bought one a Modular Addict, which is really... I should not go on a Modular Addict. It never ends well for me. And I bought a bunch of stuff. And the stuff I bought were a bunch of filters. And so I've got these PCBs for Eurorack module filters so I can bolster up my modular synthesizer. So what I'm trying to do is go through some of these circuits and find the parts that they need. And then we got completely waylaid by my inability to build a Vactrol. Vactrol being a device that puts a photoresistor in the path of an LED, and it should take you about 2 minutes to build if you had a 5mm orange LED, but I don't. So it's taking me hours and hours with my 3mm orange LED because nonlinear circuits makes weird stuff. And the weird stuff that nonlinear circuits makes fascinates me. I love it to death, but it's causing all kinds of problems for me in terms of building these things. So we're just playing around and trying to build up a Vactrol that fits this socket here. Maybe I should put the female header on it too so it can unplug if I want to play with it. If I want to like replace it with a different one. That might be fun. Also, if my orange Vactrol completely fails, which is impossible, it's impossible, that can't happen. There's no way that that would ever happen. Absolutely not. Yeah, hope Bother's right. Oh, bother. So yeah, that's where we're at. I'm on the brink of crying, and we're building up modular synthesizer modules. We are. It's no, I'm fine. I tried audio when I started electronics. I'm very bad at it. What are you bad at it about? Wait a minute. It's been kind of a pleasure to do audio compared to all the digital stuff that we normally do. One thing that I have been able to do is mark off, and this will happen in 11 minutes. I'm going to have a big banner come up here that says that we're in the middle of an ad. By way of explanation, once again, I have enabled mid-roll ads instead of pre-roll ads. That means that you guys get the pleasure of watching an advertisement in the middle of when I'm talking to you. I hate it as much as you probably hate it. Most people say, get that money, streamer. And I say, I'm not about that, but okay. Yeah, that's going to run, and there will be a big banner. The YouTube people will not see it because YouTube doesn't run ads like that, and I'm not popular enough on YouTube to monetize anything I do. I just UV glue them directly to each other. It might not be optimal, but it would work. That's what I've been tempted to do, and I've got the UV glue sitting over there. Oh my god, these little birds are going nuts over there. Holy shit, shut up, birds. It's like in Star Trek when Geordi requested that the holodeck make more bird noises, and it made an inordinate amount of bird noises. That is literally happening outside right now. I do not know why. So what I'm doing is I'm soldering one pin of the header, and then I can align it, and I'll read chat in just a second. And I'm using a fingernail to touch that pin because I don't want to burn my hand. Oh boy, it's all cockeyed. What is the origin of that phrase? Maybe I don't want to know. Okay, that's reasonably... it's still bent a little bit. This is actually kind of difficult to do. I'm kind of burning my hand as I do it. I'll read chat in just a sec, sorry. What are you guys saying? Free wire soldering skills. Yeah, you need them. You could pull off 555 pins to de-stress. UV glue them directly to each other. Might not be optimal, but it might work. It would work. I want to do it kind of in a nice way. Oh, it's another slaw name. I can find you guys in the wild because you all painted yourself with slaw's branding. Wait, slaw. No, wait, slaw is not slab. Never mind. Sorry. I've friendly fired one of my own chatters. Slaw is not slab. Uo's Lab had a very egocentric idea to have all of his viewers add slab to their names. So now I can find them outside of his stream. I know which ones have migrated in here. Male chicken, yeah, cockeyes on the side of their heads so they're not straight. Oh, that's pretty simple. Man, it always originates back to the farm, doesn't it? It's all farmland terms. Where's the other one? Oh, there it is. I found it. I'm going to make these removable just in case my vac trolls are stupid and should feel stupid. We'll try to get these lined up. It looks like the other one's kind of crooked. Okay, the birds have moved on. That must have been a swarm of finches or something going after berries. Tends to happen around here in the burbs. So these are particularly difficult to get straight up and down because they don't have like a flat base. So I'm just kind of trying to not burn my thumb and get this mostly in place. You know, like this one is still crooked. That's pretty close. I don't know. Here, you guys take a look. You kind of need 4 hands in order to line something like this up. It seems like it's leaning to the right just a little, but then you can kind of jiggle them back into place. So what I'm thinking is I can float a surface mount LED across these, and then I can put the Vactrol up against it and go back to these, and then I can put a little UV epoxy around that, and then the black hot glue around everything, and that'll make a Vactrol. It'll look like a blob of hot glue. I unfortunately can't get away from that. Shrink wrap isn't really going to help us here, and shrink wrap is what makes the more professional looking Vactrols. However, I've already proved that I can make a decently professional looking Vactrol. This one's just too wide. It's just too wide. So we'll put an orange LED, one of those tiny little orange LEDs, on these 2 pins, and then I'll put the photoresistor up against that, and then we just have to seal it, glue it and seal it. That's the idea. I guess chicken-eyed didn't have the same ring to it, huh? Because chickens also have their eyes on the sides of their heads. How am I going to get a good view of this with a microscope? It'll give it character, yeah. And then it'll also be removable. So if I want to build a different one, I can. Oh, so our LED is actually on this side. And it's anode cathode. So the shaded lead goes up. And this is going to be some tweezer work here. Where did the LED go? LED ghost? LED go. Here we go. Would a white LED do well? I guess a white LED might not light up. Where did the orange LED go that we had out? Is it still out? It's so small that I'll never be able to find it. Could be stuck to a magnet. Could be stuck under the solder reel. That often sticks things. I ain't see it nowhere. All right, let's just get a new one. The other thing is that my orange LED might be too small. Yeah, I would love to show you guys one of these things working electrically, but that might be hard to do. Oh, no, that's the red LED. The red LED I put in the blue bin. It goes in the blue bin. We get a little piece of PCB that would put it like here. I don't think, because this isn't 0.1 inch spaced. I don't think. Let me get like a, well, actually this is 0.1 inch spaced, so. Yeah, see, it's like just off. I hate it when they do this. But, well, I mean, the PCB would let light through, too. We're seeing light coming through the PCB on this, so I don't want that to happen. Where'd the LED go? There it is. Because if I break off those pins, I could solder the LED right on this, and then, or I could solder it standing up. But if okay, so I can solder it standing vertically on the base, but then my, over here, but then my photoresistor would have to come in and sit on top of it. Or I could stand it up on its side, which would be easier to solder on a flat plane. So let me pull this off and get the vise, the normal vise. Where'd it go? Oh, it's over here. And then on the flat leads, I'm going to place this down like this. I could put a piece of, let me put a piece of Kapton tape down, just as an insulator so that all my heat doesn't immediately bleed away into the metal vise. I'm on a roll here, folks. I'm cooking. We got an ad break in a minute. Man, I don't know about you guys, but time is flying right now. Maybe it's just because I finally found my stride. I don't know how weird it is for the people that know me in real life to come in and watch this channel, because there's a lot of like Twitch isms calling chat chat. I tend to be in the Rabaz camp there and call chat Chad sometimes, but I don't know if they understand that. And maybe the schism between my personality on camera versus in real life. Although some of these dudes haven't seen me in a long time. So now we are down across the Kapton tape, and I've got this held in place pretty tightly. So I think that'll enable me to solder the orange LED up high. I want it to be up here. Oops, sorry. Up here. I guess in that case, I do have a choice about which direction it's soldered. So I'll need to get the anode and the cathode correct. So I'm going to heat up one pin and tin it, and that'll get us primed for the solder to wick its way onto the LED. And now I need to find the LED, which is a white LED on a white board. Where? There it is. I see it. It's so small. So with the slightly darker, I'm going to just put it on a multimeter. Oh, we're about to ad break. So I don't talk about anything important during the ad break. I just kind of shoot the breeze with chat. So there's going to be, you're not really going to miss out on much. And we'll solder this puppy up once we come back. If the ad break could start, I mean, like, you know, I'm like ready for it, but apparently we're stuck. There it is. Buy Scrum Go. Hyper drink. Have you had your hyper drink? Tell no one what was said. They could just hop over to YouTube. They'll never know. Actually, the real forbidden information is what goes on during stream start soon before I get YouTube prepped up. Because that will be lost to the annals of time forever. Hey, diode in voltage mode, what's going on? Whatever I said 1 month ago. Okay, anode is here on top. Anode is on top. Okay, so we are in the correct orientation. What's up, Clarence Wiggleheimer? Yeah, we got an ad break going on right now, so I'm not supposed to do anything really. We're just going to wait for the ad break to expire in 1 minute and 30 seconds. 3 minutes is like nothing on streamer time, though. There really isn't anything on streamer time. Is there a... SMD photo resistor? There are. From Advanced Photonics, it's $1.60. Yeah, none of the ones that I can get quickly are anything but through-hole. Is bullshit. Huh, I guess you gotta go through Advanced Photonics. I wonder what the size is. Let's get a data sheet. 30 seconds more of ads. We're almost done. Hello, hackers and painters. Why specifically painters? Wait, well, who's painting? Are you painting flock security cameras? Because I endorse that entirely. They didn't put a good coat of paint on those flock cameras, so you can help out your local politics and your, you know, all those wonderful... Oh, hey, we're back from the ad. Hey, everybody. How's it going? I'm positive about products. I love products. Do you guys like products? 0.14 millimeter, huh? How big is that? Hold on, let's check. 0.14 0.14. I think I can represent that on the calibers. I think I can get that on the calibers. Let's see. Oh, dear God. That ain't... I don't think I believe it. Oh, wait, 0.14 inch, 3.6 millimeter. Oh, man, now I really want it. That looks like the perfect size. I could definitely do that up as a surface mount Vactrol. It is the maximum size of the 0805, though. So I think it's more like a 0603. Do you think those cameras have good Faraday cages? The Logitech Brio has an aluminum body, and the front is still plastic, so it's not a full Faraday cage, so to speak. No, they really don't. You see it mostly in RF electronics, is where they have to have something that covers, you know, the full device. Having a metal back mostly for the webcams would be to dissipate heat. Most of the purpose of that is to dissipate heat. So it is an 060, or sorry, a 1206 size SMD chip, which would be really cool because then I could build a really flat, compact Vactrol with that. But it only comes from Advanced Photonics, and they don't give me a chart. What are we sensitive to? Plus they're like $1 each, so maybe not. It's almost $2 for one of those. Sorry, hiccuping. Man, you can really taste the arugula now. Whew. Arugula. Okay, the rest of the results are crap. I was looking to see if there was an SMD Vactrol, or sorry, an SMD photoresistor, because these are pretty popular in music electronics for making nice, warm, and smooth filters with. But unfortunately, I couldn't find anything too definitive. There was some stuff, but we're just going to go ahead and I'm going to solder this LED as high up on this thing as I can. During the break, I checked to see what the orientation of the LED is, and it is in the proper orientation for what I am soldering it into. This is so I kind of expected that we would take all day on Vactrols. It's been kind of fascinating. We're just trying to mechanically sort out how I would put together something like this. So that's been the stream. Didn't really anticipate that it would take like the whole stream. Yeah, that's unacceptable. Can I wedge it in? I don't really want it to fall in between them. Oh, and if you'll notice, as I am attempting to solder this, the bottom of the pin is moving, which means that it's gotten hot enough to melt the plastic. Getting this to like be precisely 90 degrees is very difficult. And all of my flux is probably gone, so I'm not getting it to flow up onto that pin. Somebody might drop a coil on a battery close to one. Yeah, the last thing that you would want is for somebody to fire up their spark gap generator near one of those cameras. That would be pretty destructive. I would not endorse that at all. Well, spark gaps are more trouble than they're worth. You really don't want to get the person with the spectrum analyzer in their car looking for you, because if they find you, you are in a world of hurt. Because generally that stuff is like the Wild West, all those frequencies and stuff, until you start interfering with stuff and getting on their radar. And when you're on their radar, you're just in for trouble. The first couple months when a frequency opens up, they'll police it pretty hard. But then after that, if you make somebody's life inconvenient, you're gonna be hurting. This looks like it pushed in a little bit. Come on, come on. There we go. See, that's a nice solder joint. See if we can get that to happen on the other side. Maybe I'm going to use a little tacky flux on it. The worst thing ever is when you're soldering these and you accidentally scrape the iron over top of the chip and it loosens the plastic piece. That's dog hair on the tacky flux. Being that the tacky flux is indeed tacky, it will stick anything to anything. Mostly stuff you're trying to not stick. Why is this so rough? It's a really rough joint. This is called Kapton tape, K-A-P-T-O-N. It's a polyamide tape. Polyamide has a very high temperature stability, and the glue they use on Kapton tape is very clean. I would like a vat of the glue that they use on Kapton tape because I want to apply it to copper tape, because I really want trace repair tape that, see, I can't get it on the top of the chip, but I guess I don't really need it to be on the top of the chip. Because if I could do that, then I could make a tape that I can put down on FR4, cut out, solder components to, and then remove at my will. Oh, that's constant beeping because it's touching metal. Open the vise. Okay, anode and cathode are in the right spot. And they are fluorescing, not fluorescing, they're emitting photons. Emitting photons, sir. So, LED, like that. Of course, this whole thing gets covered in hot glue, so I don't know. What would it look like if I installed, wait a minute. If I did this stupid method of standing these things up, and I put this thing in there, as far back as I can, and then the LDR would be right up against this. Oh yeah, look at that, they don't fit. They don't fit, that's why I'm using the surface mount stuff. So this just goes right in the face of the other one. Where did my cutters go? Here they are. This is Bother's version of a Vactrol. Now what can I bend these with? This'll do. I can't round the bend with these tweezers, with these pliers. I think I can do it with this. Nope. They feel a little bit big. Maybe just tweezers. How's everybody's Friday shaping up? This isn't really working very well, bending these like this. If I keep using this one and I sort of coax this one into a spiral. I do have like spiral bending pliers. I don't know where they are. They're not in this one, but oh, that bent it the wrong way. It did the wrong thing. No. Try to get a good little roll going on here so I can just hug the pin with the wire. I don't really need to do this. I'm just doing it for fun. Yeah, there's these are more for jewelry, but they allow you to bend around the forms here. This isn't thin enough though for this thing. There's all kinds of ways to use these to make your bendies bendy, but it doesn't, unfortunately, it doesn't apply to us here. What I need is a thin tweezer that's strong enough for me to just curl around. Yeah, that's much better. my stuff to do. Oh no! Oh, I just ran into one of the problems with these kinds of things. Remember the days of wire wrap? You mean me building my module tester module? Because that's how I'm building it. I'm using wire wrap. This just became extremely loose, I believe. I may have lost one of these. Did it crack through to the outside? No? Why did it feel like it was completely weak, though? It felt like it gave up all of its sticking power. Yeah, we did wire wrap in college in the early 2000s. They had us do an electronics lab where we built the various pieces of this circuit, and we did it via wire wrap, just because they could reuse all the components in the weird budget days. And then I'll put UV glue in between these two, so we'll have a slight amount of dispersal on that. And then around the entire thing, I'll put stuff. The stuff. I'll put the hot glue. That's not the black hot glue. All right, let's get one of these soldered because I got to put this in position, and it's going to be kind of a little bit of a weird thing to do. Commodore Amiga prototype was a bird's nest of wire wrap. Really? It's fascinating. There's the most famous recent wire wrap thing is what is it called? The big mess of wires. And it's just this giant wire wrap computer that somebody's putting together. I'm not looking out with the solder blobs. The solder blobs are not on my side today. The god of solder blobs does not smile upon this project. We will not let that slow us down. Look at that, that's not even soldered in. What is going on? See, it'll hurt if I get my fingers like this. Oh, it's because I was soldering to the top and this thing's all the way down to the bottom. There we go. That's a little better. Now I got to get it in position though, so I need to lift it up. Ah, it's too hot. Okay, we'll use tweezers. Wire wrap does not look safe. It actually makes a better connection than a lot of different other methods, like a socket. Because when you... Is this thing on? When you wire wrap, you are creating a cold weld at the corners of the pin. And it actually makes a better bond in many cases. And also one of the advantages of wire wrap, why is this not heating? I am beside myself. Let's push the button, add a little bit more solder. In Vietnam, they would make radio equipment out of wire wrap because you don't need a hot soldering iron on the field to repair things, and your electronics can actually be more dense because you can have 7 layers of wires coming out of the bottom of your wire wrap thing. I think this pin is falling apart on me. Like the pin itself is being extruded. This idea was terrible. This is a bad idea. Owie, it's hot as hell. Well, once I get it all back in, it'll hold. I think it's melting. All this to make this little viewing window. Just a little guy looking at an LED and going, yup, that LED is pretty bright. Yeah, my non-thermoplastic is non-thermoing. Yeah, it's got a big blob of solder right below it, huh? What do you make of that? I think that's as good as we're gonna get. So now it's time to glob this baby up. Let's slop it up with a bunch of UV glue. Why is that now out of focus? Did I refocus? I must have refocused it. This is called the Good Enough Vactrol from Oh Bother. Shane Diesel Special Sauce. What is that? Listen, I'm getting old because all the celebrity names are starting to really get to me. I don't understand any of it. Like, am I having a stroke? I don't know. I'm accepting the stroke at this point instead of learning the names of celebrities. You should know is just, listen, it's hard for me to tell what celebrity stuff I should and should not know, because some of it I really shouldn't know. You know, some of it I shouldn't know, and like, information is getting kind of, I don't know what you would call it. It's like too granular these days. There's not like a singular culture. Not everybody's playing the same games. You should not know. It would have been bad if you knew. Listen, I know some bad stuff from when we were a little bit more unified in internet culture, but yeah, I don't know Shane Diesel. Well, I'm putting it with a heat gun because we're not doing shrink wrap on this because I don't have a leaded thing. It would have been kind of cool if I could have fit both of them in between these, but this apparently calls for a Vactrol that is extremely tiny. I could make something like that, but I'm going to make something like this. So I'll go practice with this wire wrap. You've convinced me. The circuit is the electronics version of taping someone's eyes open. You need a wire wrap tool. You need a wire wrap tool. This is the all-in-one Radio Shack. It's actually came in Radio Shack branded stuff, and it's got a little wire stripper in the back. So this would be like the bare minimum of what you would need for wire wrap wire. You also need 30 gauge wire, 30 gauge wire. And let me show you a wire wrap real quick. Let me show you what it takes, kid. That's the worst thing to call somebody. Let me show you what it takes to do a little bit of wire wrap. It's actually kind of fascinating. You need a square post header and you need 30 gauge solid core wire. So I can take this wire and strip it just by pressing it into the stripper and then pulling it away. And I actually want a little bit more than that, just a little bit. There are tools where you can specify how much you want to strip. But so now I've got a long piece of wire with the end of it stripped. No, this is important. This is important. Let me get a random module that has pins sticking out of it. Random module, go! Let's just show it on one of these. This is a little op amp. These are actually a little bit too pressed together and compact for my liking. I would have liked it if they had labeled pins and they were spaced out a little bit more, but you know, just for the module testing module, this is what I'm going to end up using. Let me just lock it down. It doesn't need to be locked down. I'm just doing this for display purposes. I actually want to show you it from the side because my microscope views directly down on things. So let's put this at like an angle and up there enough so that I can actually get the tool in there so you can see it in action. So wire wrapping was invented by Abraham Lincoln. Now, wire wrapping is kind of fascinating and it's really interesting. Old technique to use. It is unfortunately a bit old, but it is one of the early solderless ways to assemble electronics. So for things like resistors and capacitors, you'd put them into like a chip socket. For things like chips, you would have square pins coming out of the chip sockets. And so you have all these square pins that you then need to wire up to one another. So you use a tool like this, which is a wire wrapping tool. This has, and it's hard to display, there is a little push down lever there, a little blocking thing there, and then a hole. You insert the wire into the hole and into the wire, like holding hole, half hole, holding, whatever. The wire goes into there, and so you go down on top of that pin and twist. So this has a certain amount of the jacket that goes into the tool, into the head of the tool. You just kind of line that up, get that in there. There we go. That goes in there. It's not very straight wire. I can kind of correct it just like that. And then we focus the camera to make sure that we actually capture what we're trying to capture. And that little bit of jacketed wire, okay, well, that'll be okay. You put this all the way down and you lightly press down and twist a whole bunch. And so what that does is it tightly wraps your wire around the post. Now, the Radio Shack one lacks a little bit. I'd like to have a little bit more of the jacketed wire wrapped around the post. And I pressed down too hard. I actually pressed down too hard, and that's why it's kind of on top of itself. That's kind of why it's on top of itself. So I can maybe correct that with tweezers. I was pressing down too hard. It's pretty much just the weight of the tool. You just want the weight of the tool on there. And so that tight wrap right there gives us a very tight electrical connection to this post. And if I don't like it, I can just tear it off. That wasn't a very good wrap, huh? But sometimes you see people trying to reuse the wrapped part. That's not really in the cards. Let's try again. Let's do one more. Cut that. So it's a really good temporary way to get wires onto your posts. And it's good for like test setups. If you've got some wires that you want to connect to, like, you know, leads that are going to be moving around. If your leads are popping off a lot and you've got something like that, then it really helps. There's also the wire wrapping stripping tool, which I don't know if that's what it's called, but this is the adjustable wire stripper. You take it out to your size, you give it what the strip you want to be, and then you insert this into there, and horrible things happen, and then it strips to the same length every time. So that's the ST500 you'll find in a lot of places that are doing wire wrap. The keyboard was also excited. I just like showing off this, and I have the camera equipment to make it look good. So yeah, again, it's insert your thingy into the thingy, and you move it back and forth until you get it in the hole. And then when your thingy's in the hole, you put more thingies in the hole. And then you don't push down, you just hold the weight of the tool. You feel how girthy it is. And then once your wire's all sucked in, Bob's your uncle. So a little sloppy down there, but that's a pretty good wrap, and that'll make a good connection to that post. So if I have something like a test lead on that, this can wiggle around without doing anything to my post, and it'll stay on. And it's temporary. So you can put like the DuPont connector back in afterwards. But again, I like to have a little bit more jacket on there. I don't know, I need to figure that one out. I think I need to let the wire pull into the tool at first, and that'll give me more of a jacket wrap for a semi-permanent installation. Yeah, wire wrapping's pretty cool. And if you look, I mean, like, eventually, can we see any, like, no, it doesn't look like it really wrapped very tightly, but it should be flattening the corners of this just a little bit. Yeah, when you get the technique down, it can be faster than soldering. And if you've got a wire wrapping gun, then you get to own more guns. It's just an electric thing that you go meh, up on the pin, and then that wraps it. But you get to say you have a gun. And you're supposed to, with the wire wrapping gun, you're actually supposed to point that at a police officer. You've got to kind of pull it out of your pants really fast and point it directly at a police officer. Okay, so let's do UV glue, and then I'll wrap it up for today. We've had a very distracted day. I don't know what parts I need to order, to be honest. I am going to need to order a lot of parts to get these remaining boards together. God, that means I'm going to have so many spares. UV glue. Right, I put all that stuff right here while getting distracted by literally everything going on. Let's see here. So I want a big blobule of UV glue to be sticking out of this thing. So I guess what I want to do is probably take it like this, because I want to build up the UV glue on the one and have it go over to the other. So maybe if I just cover it on its side. Oh, let's just... Oh, that works out. I don't know how viscous this UV glue is, though. I'm jealous of Obother's solder dispenser. This thing with the reel that has the little grippy thing on it and whatever bearings this thing has in it, and not the base, everything but the aluminum base, $75 in 2014 when I bought it. That is ridiculously expensive. I think what you could do nowadays is you could figure out a 3D print of something that has a couple bearings in it. This adds a little bit of weightiness, which is not good for this thin solder. You can do E-clips. You would just need to like put a piece of brake line in a drill and then sort of like file down a little lip, and then you could put an E-clip in 2 spots. You could do a send cut send, or you could just bend this yourself on a sheet brake, right? And then that's just what a flare tool does for a line. This would not be hard to build on your own. This thing needs a little refurbishing, doesn't it? It's like somehow rusting. Why am I grabbing solder? What was I doing? You distracted me. Yeah, it's so in many years ago, I spent more money than I think I should have on that thing. And yeah, I know I was doing UV glue. I know I spent more money than I think I should have on that thing, but it's been a really good tool for soldering stuff. I've had a good time with it. It's been a good tool. That's what I like to say to my friends. You've been a good tool. All right, so we're trying to, another reason I hate the whites, I mean the white circuit boards. The reason I hate the white circuit boards is that it's impossible to see what I'm doing for multiple reasons. Oh God, that just shot UV all over everything. I'm ultravioleting. How's that look? Well, it looks like I got the two together, but it looks like it's also dripping out of one side. Not really. I think it's doing okay. Yeah, that's doing okay. That's actually pretty good. All right, so let's solidify this stuff. All of that UV into the syringe, and it's all wasted. And it's gonna go hard. Don't get too excited about what I just said. It's gonna get all hard when it's in the, oh, this is emitting. Jeez. I can't even tell when this thing is emitting. Now we should be able to see this get warm as I activate it. But I'm having my doubts about this. Oh yeah, there it is. It's getting warm. I have my doubts about this UV emitter. They say it's so powerful that you need to double click it to turn it on. But like, we're not seeing nothing. I can barely see that there's an LED in there. And it's not really fluorescing on any of this stuff. I think I got ripped off. I think I need to go back on Amazon and buy a different UV emitter. Or maybe if I get that card that emits, that shows you how much UV there is, maybe that'll clear it up a bit. This is towards the top of the Vactrol, but it seems as though we've activated it. Hopefully it solidifies quickly. Oh yeah, that stuff's solid already. All right, let's see what it looks like. God, the actual photoresistor really looks like it's like burnt up. That's just the natural like sides. That's just what they look like. Not as centered as I would have liked it to be. But surrounding this thing with the hot glue will make it so that it looks like, you know, a professional thing. Shrink wrap would have made it look even better, but yeah, this pin is the one that struggled. All right, so let's fire up the hot glue and get this thing completely glued up. Looks pretty good. I think this will look pretty good in the final device. Oh, and then in terms of like illumination, oh, I just broke it. Just broke it. Yep, it's not as strong as I thought it was. All right, let's get it back on there. I'm gonna do another layer of glue and then we'll hot glue it all together and hopefully that'll never break. No! The LED, okay, yeah, there just wasn't enough. So punch that back into its LED hole that it came out of there. And then we'll do another layer of UV glue. Where'd it go? Put it way over there. It like immediately separated because the two just pulled away from each other because there's not really much going on. So I'll just surround this. And get more over here. Yeah. What I need is for the hot glue to be dispensed by this thing, because this is like super precise. There we go. And then we bring in the super light, which is really not that super. Tanning my fingers, tanning my fingers, tanning my fingers, tanning my fingers. Okay. Oh, whoops. It wasn't plugged in all the way. All right, that should hold it pretty steadfast. It's not, the UV glue kind of like pops off of surfaces pretty easily. So that really isn't going to be our final interface here. Final interface is going to be hot glue, which may mean that it's able to separate in the future. Should like pour translucent, no, opaque epoxy over it would probably be a better idea. Do I have any opaque epoxy? Let me check. Because if we're taking a break until next stream, then I've got time to let epoxy settle. Whereas, okay, let's just dump that on the ground. Whereas hot glue is going to be a little rubbery and springy, and the UV epoxy is not. So I have, yeah, this stuff. What is this? This is high heat resistant epoxy. Wait a minute. No. No. JB Weld, that's clear. I don't think I have dielectric grease. Giant thing of dielectric grease. Clear adhesive sealant. Now my hands are goopy. Disgusting. Let's mix up a little bit of this. I got index cards in this bin, and then I'm gonna get Q-tips. And if you cut the end of the Q-tip off, it leaves you with this nice epoxy stir. And we can put that all around our little UV glue assembly. And then when that dries, it'll be strong. It might be gray, but that's okay. I think it'll be optically opaque. Optically optical. I'm opticking. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Whew. Hard to get around. Are we using a Vactrol for noise isolation? I missed some of your stream. No, it's part of the filter setup. I guess this is a, what is it? Well, okay, this one in fact is actually, I don't know what this one's doing in the circuit, to be honest. But I think a lot of these synthesizers actually use the Vactrol to provide you with like a voltage control kind of thing. Because the more you light up the LED, the more it's going to allow stuff through. And apparently if you put audio through that, I don't know, you get something. You get sprung. Dun, 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 dun. Oops, you got to pull back on the epoxy so that you're not squishing it out constantly. The problem with these is that you put this little cap in, and the little bit of epoxy that's on those caps will solidify if you get it in the wrong way. If you try to put it in the wrong way, it won't let you, but I think you still get epoxy on that. So this is going to be dark gray. Mix it up with a Q-tip. So this is a Q-tip with the Q-tip part cut off so that I have a pretty solid mixing stick. A viewer sent me a bunch of these plastic Q-tips, and they had the weakest foam on the end and the stiffest plastic handle, but it's like not a paper product, so it seems really, really wasteful to use those. Here, I'm going to wipe that and just get it on the very tip so I can kind of control this a little bit more. Get that under and around. Really don't want it to go on the bottom of the header, but I need to get all the way around this stuff. Okay. I need a smaller stick. Isn't quite doing it for me. I made all this epoxy for this little thing right here. Stupid. Oh, I should have lit up the LED so we could see it before locking it in. Oh well, it's now locked in forever. Imagine if you had to do a batch of these. Ugh. Get it all the way through there. Better have, because I'm not gonna mix up another giant splotch of epoxy. Do another layer on the back here. Here we go. Can't really see under it. Try to do this. With any luck, I didn't seal this thing in permanently, but it does kind of look like I did. Hot glue would have been the less nuclear option, huh? Oh yeah, that's called potting. When you pot a circuit, you enclose it in epoxy. Sometimes they do that to keep you from reverse engineering it, but sometimes they do that on like high voltage stuff because they need a higher dielectric resistance than air, which is fascinating. And in the case of preventing reverse engineering, at one of my old jobs, the one listed below, we had an X-ray microscope for that. And the X-ray microscope could do 3D fly-arounds of the potted circuit, revealing all of the components inside and inside of the components themselves too. So you were able to see that there was a chip there and how it was connected on the PCB, and then you were also able to see inside of the chip and how the different pins of the chip were connected to the dielectric, the die, the DIE. All right, I'm gonna light it up, see if we can see any light leaking out of the bottom, because I can't see the bottom. And when the epoxy sets, I can't put more epoxy on, so. You guys see any light? Oh, it's still OL, hold on. Anode, cathode? Did I get it backwards? Uh-oh. Oh, I'm in the wrong mode. Okay. Whew. Oh, I thought I got it backwards. There's still a possibility that I got it backwards because I'm dumb. Okay, there it's actually lighting up. I don't see any light. Let's see if you guys can see. Down here underneath. Looks like I gooped it up pretty good. Bump it up. You guys see any light? I don't see any light. See anything? I don't see anything. Okay, I think I made a Vactrol. I think I made one. Actually, the other one's Vactrol too. Not like the second. I mean, it's also a Vactrol. Okay, so presumably no light is going to leak into this thing. That's a 1.8 volt drop. That's a big voltage drop. And why is this unplugged over here? Well, I can't exactly push it down, so I guess it's just been pushed up repeatedly. I really don't want to separate the UV glue portion that's inside of this. Okay, I hope that hasn't separated. Oh God, I almost put my wrist down in the pile of epoxy. That would have been terrible. Stuff's not good for you. All right, so I'm gonna let my epoxy set. This is a kind of a weird build, but that Vactrol, I don't know what it's doing in this circuit. I don't know. I don't know what it has to do with the filtering in there. It might just be in there for voltage control of something, but I mean, if you pass audio through the Vactrol, you can kind of turn it up and down, I think. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, you can buy one for $5. You can just buy these. You should make your own. You really should. Yeah, it's cooler if you've got that flair of like, yeah, I made this. I think that's much cooler. I mean, we can build professional ones, but they're a little bit big. This one would be a shoe-in for this part. I can just put that in there if I feel like it. I marked the negative lead. Yeah, I marked the negative lead. So I just put that in there like this and then bend these pins out and around. But we'll save this for another build because these come up all the time. This one requires a single Vactrol. The one that I was trying to build right now requires a double. But we also found out that I have all of the big ICs for this one, which will be pretty cool. I can build that one up first and whatever. But this one is nearly done, so I do need to invent how I'm going to build the dual Vactrol. I have no idea how it's going to work, because if I use a lensed LED, I mean, this is going to make one single spot of light. It's not going to hit both of the Vactrols, but if I put it in UV glue, will the UV glue act like a light pipe? I don't know. Use surface mount LED again in the same kind of configuration, and I could put two of these things hanging off of it. I don't know where a dual Vactrol is ever going to come up again. I could build it in place, but you can see that light gets through the circuit board. So, you know, put two of them there and then put an LED in the middle. But then if I put it in the middle, it's not going to hit the material properly. They have like a 90-degree dispersal angle. So if I move this as far away as I can, maybe I could build something up for that. I don't know. We're going to have to figure that out at some point. I have to explore that one. I mean, two LEDs, right? Maybe two LEDs, one on each side. I don't know how much I need to worry about that, though, to be honest. All right. So it's been a little while. Got a decent number of viewers now. We've sort of been middling with viewers. I guess popular people are probably streaming in parallel to bother. More fun things to watch, right? Hey, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me and just chewing the fat, you know, letting me answer questions and sound smart. That's really good for me. My next stream, my next challenge, as I allow this epoxy to slowly dry. I really should have built the other one and then I could have epoxied both of them at the same time, huh? This has been sitting for so long that I'm surprised that it actually worked, but at least I got to use it on something. And this type of cap actually does allow your epoxy to last a lot longer than you think. But it's been sitting in the glue bin for 10,000 years, so maybe it'll all be okay. I'll try to do the floating header method again, but I think what I'm going to do is put the LED down and then have them both like there and there to the LED. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I got to go do like the store run for this Friday. So I'm going to go do that. All this epoxy is going to waste. That's a lot. All this stupid epoxy. Hey, it's okay. Nobody can spell here. Not even me. I needed like a tiny amount and now I've got all this. Shrink wrap would have been better with a little hot glue on the end, but we've got a couple techniques for making these things. I'm going to try to do that with this one. Although I think all the leads are much more spaced out. So you know what? I don't think I'm going to have that good of a time making that way. Maybe I will just float all the components up in the air with their leads coming out of it and do the same thing that we already did. I got to end in 2 minutes or else an ad starts, okay? So I'm gonna end in 2 minutes here, and we're gonna close it up. Let me just check to see who's on Twitch. And if the ad starts, I'll wait until the ad's over to stop stream. Some of you guys are gung-ho. Some of you people are gung-ho about watching ads for me. I don't necessarily need you to. Star War. Everybody else is playing Ravaz is doing a 50-hour stream of his Firewatch Tower and Project Zomboid. EJSA is on. Bring Ship 40 home. Okay, so there's some kind of space thing going on. Buck is of course doing Zomboid again. Yeah, this is where all of my Carhole is doing Daisy. I will just simply recommend things. All right, I guess I'm gonna let this ad play, and then I will see you folks later. I keep saying, hey, you guys, but you know, whatever, you know what I mean. I'll see you folks later. Till then, join me on the Discord. Here's the end card. Doink. I will be back in approximately 2 days, 19 hours, 8 minutes, and 10 seconds from now. And in about 30 seconds, we'll play an ad, and then I'll put up my splash screen. And when that ad's done, I will go offline. Sound good? Good to me, good to you? Right. I'll catch everybody after the weekend. You can join me on Discord if you want to see up-to-the-minute bother updates. I'm going to go walk the puppy and then go to the stores and then crash in front of my computer and be completely and utterly brain dead for about 4 or 5 hours. Ad starts in 1 minute. Wait, it said ad started it added time to my timer ad. I'm just going to hit like start now. There we go. Did that do anything? I just hit run 3-minute ad. Ah, there it is. Can't find that wire wrap tool anywhere. Let's see what we can find here. Let me see if we can find an appropriate wire wrap tool. The obvious search first. Yeah, so these are okay. They do about the same thing. I don't know about that one. That looks a little weird. The blue-handled one is in your country. Oh. Yeah, because it's hard-pressed to find the Radio Shack one. This one does a variety of wires, I guess, and it's got the stripper right there. I don't know about this one. This one looks fancy. Too fancy. That one's close to the Radio Shack. That's one of the guns. Those are different types of wire tools. So what if we put Radio Shack in here? I was lucky enough to be able to find one that was a Radio Shack wiring wrap tool. They're not around anymore, so let's try eBay. I will find them. Listen, wire wrapping is cool, but it's not the end of all things. Oh, look, AI on my eBay homepage. Is it possible to DIY a wire wrap tool from a hypo needle? What I did with the syringe was use that as a guide for wire for wrapping motors. Would you be able to do it with a lure lock tip? I don't know. That's sounds fascinating. But I mean, the blue tool works just fine too. So what if I add Radio Shack to that? Can we get like a vintage? Radio Shack wire wrapping tool, $20. I mean, this is a good tool, but $20 for this is a little bit crazy. That's new. What? Are they still manufacturing these things? They might be. I don't know if they can do that under the Radio Shack brand. Here's all the instructions, same thing that I just showed you guys. The terminals for wire wrapping specific things are longer. They're supposed to be longer than the typical one, but yeah. Ad break ended. Your community is back. Hey, welcome back, everybody. We're just wrapping up by seeing if you can buy the wire wrapping tool that I showed off. Yeah, I guess it's just never been opened is really what they mean. But I put Radio Shack in the search terms and we found one that could be bought that has it's the appropriate tool. It looks like they are not manufacturing that one anymore. You can't find it very commonly, so you're stuck with this smashed, oh my god, it's like deep fried. Yeah, the single strand 3-in-1 function wire wrap tool would be the way to go. Or whatever you like. I can't really recommend anything because all the stuff I have is obsolete. Neat, nice to feel that old. Yeah, the most available stuff is going to be either this thing or some of these weird looking ones, and I don't know how well they work. I've never used them. All right, anyway, that said, I will catch you guys after the weekend, and I guess, I don't know, tomorrow I might either be working on the boring parts of assembling circuit boards or doing some mechanical stuff with the sim setup. I need to get some of those projects underway. So I will catch you guys after the weekend. Thank you for joining me. I will be back soon. If you need anything, check the Discord. We're all hanging out there and getting into horrible, just spitting arguments with each other all the time.